Good morning, and welcome to the third and final day of the Puget Sound Economic Summit. Thank you for joining us. My name is Brian Flaherty. I'm the COO of Columbia Hospitality and the Managing Director of Bell Harbor International Conference Center and the World Trade Center, Seattle. Columbia Hospitality has the privilege of managing those extraordinary facilities on behalf of the Port of Seattle. Soon I will introduce Port Commissioner Fred Felleman, who will formally kick off today's program. But first, we have a few important announcements for you. Pre-pandemic, we imagined we would celebrate the grand reopening of the recently modernized and now more iconic than ever Bell Harbor International Conference Center, as well as the refreshed World Trade Center across the street, with a large-scale and lively event which would showcase the spectacular attributes of these amazing facilities and the remarkable talents of our team members. However, in keeping with the times, we are taking a much safer approach and instead are showcasing the Port of Seattle's investments in these properties by hosting this regional economic summit, which we hope will inspire long-lasting, community-changing solutions to build an inclusive and equitable economy. Because the overwhelming majority of you are not attending in person today, we'd like to share a quick video showing off our new look here at Bell Harbor. We hope you enjoy this brief vignette. Welcome back to our live stream. We have a few more announcements before we commence today's exciting programs. First, we have many great ways for you to stay engaged following today's final segment later this afternoon. Join us through our virtual networking platform, Remo, sponsored by Bernson Porter. This amazing networking tool is a great way to connect and interact with other attendees, and I'm confident you'll be impressed if you've not already experienced Remo. You can also connect with a team member of Bell Harbor for a virtual tour of the facility that you just saw. Bell Harbor has a sponsor page available through the streaming platform, and Bell Harbor representatives will also be present on Remo as well. Finally, you can check out membership opportunities and benefits at the World Trade Center Seattle, where we bring leaders together on an ongoing basis around provocative programming to challenge conventional thinking and grow our regional community. Now let's move on to today's lineup, which is focused on the topics of travel and tourism, subjects near and dear to my heart. 6 months into the historic events impacting our world, and disproportionately the hospitality, travel, and tourism industries, our speakers today will represent a regional and a national perspective. Our incredible lineup includes Mr. Tom Norwalk, President and CEO of Visit Seattle, and Elliot Ferguson, Board Chair of the U.S. Travel Association. They will share a message of hope and optimism for our industry, tempered by the continuing reality of the near-term uncertainty about which we have heard so much throughout this summit thus far. Stein Cruz, Group CEO of Holland America Group and Carnival UK, will provide insights about the state of the cruise industry. And Ben Minicucci, President of Alaska Airlines, will update us on the distinctive challenges facing aviation. Both leaders will discuss how they are planning for the future and preparing for a resurgence in demand. Those words certainly resonate for me. More demand, please. The sooner the better. Next, we'll move into a State of the Port discussion with Port of Seattle Commissioner Stephanie Bowman, Managing Director of Aviation Lance Little, and Executive Director Steve Metrick. Then we'll wrap up the day with a discussion about creative, inclusive cities through tourism. We'll introduce those panel members to you a little later in the program. Finally, please join me in thanking all of our partners who helped make this summit possible. The Port of Seattle, Como TV, Puget Sound Business Journal, BECU, Western Governors University, Alabastro Photography, and again, Berntson Porter. It is now my pleasure and privilege to introduce Port of Seattle Commissioner Fred Felleman. So Fred approached me just prior to the commencement of this morning's program and said, "Let me see those opening comments." I said, "Well, I'm gonna walk through your bio." He said, "You go more than 3 sentences and I'm cutting you off." So I have to take a full page here and determine what the most important things are, Commissioner. I think I'm going to start with the fact that somebody told me you got married this past weekend. So congratulations. That's huge. For those of you that do not know, Commissioner Felleman began his most recent term in January of this year, after his initial election in 2015. He is currently Vice President of the Commission and the Managing Member of the Northwest Seaport Alliance. For over 30 years, he has been a committed leader in the advancement of marine conservation and maritime safety, always working with those who depend on a healthy marine ecosystem to advance its conservation. He led efforts to reduce the port's carbon footprint, including initiating the establishment of the Port's Energy and Sustainability Committee as founding chair, resulting in the installation of solar arrays on port buildings, advancing the use of sustainable aviation fuels, making ongoing efforts to electrify many marine terminals, and more. He's deeply committed to protecting the environment while also enabling the port to provide broad-based economic and cultural opportunities. And finally, ultimately, Commissioner Felleman is committed to elevating the profile of the port and helping the public better appreciate the diverse economic opportunities and environmental contributions ports provides our growing region. Commissioner Felleman, congratulations again. Welcome. Thank you for your service, and thank you for being with us today.
Well, thank you very much, Brian. I guess you don't take direction very well, but I do very much appreciate what has been a well-honed bio from me after, I guess it helps when you start your second term. Well, thank you very much all for this last day of the Puget Sound Economic Summit. I'm Port of Seattle Commission Vice President, as you just heard. I'm honored to welcome you here today as we focus on tourism and travel. In just a few minutes, you'll hear from the real experts in the state of the industry. I also appreciate the opportunity to put on a suit again. You know, there's only so many jeans and t-shirts I can have laundered in support of my dry cleaner during these times of virtual conferences. So seriously now, tourism is not just a footnote in our economy, it's big business. It's the 4th largest industry in our state. In 2019, visitor spending contributed $21.9 billion to the state economy, including 240,000 jobs statewide, with over 80,000 in King County alone, which have been very hard hit by the pandemic. As an economic engine in the region, the Port of Seattle is deeply invested in tourism. We operate the region's largest airport and the West Coast's largest cruise home port, as well as 5 public marinas. In addition to our critical infrastructure, a prominent way the port supports tourism industry is through promotional grants and providing opportunities to advertise at the airport. The port also supports organizations such as Visit Seattle, the Washington Tourism Alliance, that promote us as a destination for travel. And this benefits the entire state. However, there's a subset of tourism that's of particular importance to me and the state. That's nature-based tourism, or ecotourism, sometimes referred to as adventure travel. As a former naturalist on boat tours from Washington, Alaska, and Hawaii, I've seen firsthand how these operations provide real economic opportunities, especially for rural communities. Ecotourism also provides a souvenir for visitors to take home with them, a conservation ethic that can last a lifetime. Ecotourism and environmentalism are good for business. A 2018 WTA Commission study identified natural beauty, accessibility of nature, and the diversity of landscapes as top reasons people gave for visiting the state. Clearly, there's gold in them hills that need stewardship and can't be taken for granted. Based on a 2019 WTA study, outdoor recreation accounts for 13%, or $2.7 billion in total visitor expenditures in Washington, and contributed $26.5 billion overall to the state economy when you're not just counting visitors. But it's the combination of our cultural and natural wealth that makes Washington State a uniquely desirable destination. Where else can you have an espresso in the morning and see orcas in the evening? Shakespeare could never have imagined a more magnificent theater in the round than having views of the Olympics and the Cascades from Benaroya Hall. But there's no question that the pandemic continues to take a terrible toll on our health and economic security. And the tourism and hospitality industries have taken the hardest hit of all. After being cooped up for over 5 months, people were looking for something to do to salvage their summer travel. And nature-based tourism was one of the few opportunities available due to the need for social distancing. It didn't take long before our hiking trails began looking like I-5, putting both the public and the environment at risk. But just as that was becoming unimaginable, the forest fires required us to retreat back inside again. However, as we shift our focus to recovery, we have an opportunity to learn from these experiences. Though not new, 2 ideas strike me as needing elevated attention. First, we need to expand our tourism season into the spring and fall shoulder seasons to lessen the negative impacts on overcrowding on our communities and the environment while expanding economic opportunities throughout the year. Secondly, tourism and travel need to better represent the racial diversity of our world and our region. We are missing out on opportunities to attract new and diverse guests to our region. We are missing out on opportunities to promote culturally diverse experiences from music, heritage, and our indigenous cultures. And it's not like there weren't groups already out there. Facebook groups like Black People Hike and Outdoor Afro have more than 4,000 members, which are just a couple of examples of existing demand. Let's widen that circle to become a more welcoming and inclusive tourism and travel community, which we'll hear about later. Tourism travel feeds the soul. Done right, it can also put food on the table. Our goal is finding that balance so that all people and communities receive the benefits of experiencing what the world has to offer while not damaging it in the process. I encourage you to listen to the presentation by Tommy Farris and learn about the work he is doing with the Recreate Responsibly Coalition to see how you can partner with them. Thank you for joining me today, and now I'd like to introduce our next speaker. Few have been closer to the pulse on how tourism market has fared in the Seattle area than Tom Norwalk. As president and CEO of the Visit Seattle Group, he is focused on promoting the region as a travel destination far and wide. Tom's a Seattle native and brings a lifetime of commitment to our region. If anyone can see through the smoke and guide this industry through the pandemic, it's Tom. Please join me in giving a warm virtual welcome to our next speaker, Tom Norwalk. Thanks, Tom.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Commissioner. As we move into day 3 for the Economic Summit and really focus on travel and tourism, I just think it's really important to thank the Port of Seattle. Commissioner Dave McFadden, Ron Peck, the tourism entity that the port has supported for so many years is so appreciated by our industry. It's never been needed more by this industry in this state. And I just want to thank you very much for that. You know, I think what we're going into, I hope we can see through the smoke, the short-term smoke. And I think that's going to be the message. And I'm really honored this morning to share the stage, share the screen with a good friend and colleague, Elliot Ferguson. Elliot is the CEO, President and CEO of Destinations DC, which in the other Washington is the Destination Marketing Organization. But for the past 18 months, Elliot has been the national chair of the U.S. Travel Association. U.S. Travel is the organization that represents all of the many parts of the travel and tourism industry, the $2.6 trillion industry as it used to be, supporting over 15 million jobs. And that's what the end game really is going to be, is how do we get back to that? So please welcome Elliot Ferguson.
Thank you so much, Tom, and good morning to all of you in the great city of Seattle. Tom knows this, and it's no secret. I was actually born in Washington State in Spokane. I know Spokane is not around the corner from Seattle, but I always feel like I'm an honorary Washingtonian because of my birthright. So it's a pleasure to be with you all this morning and to hear the comments from the commissioner and the context of this meeting. As the chairman of the U.S. Travel Association, and Tom referenced 18 months ago, I took this role. You know, it's one of those things, who would have thought that we would be dealing with what we're dealing with? And I recognize that in your great state, not only are you dealing with COVID, the Black Lives Matter movement, but of course, the devastating fires that we're all looking at on the East Coast here and praying for you from our homes. So as we look at the industry as a whole, you know, I think the one thing that we are the most grateful to in terms of the moving forward is the fact that, you know, we, for a regular basis, Tom and I and others, continue to focus on the economic impact of our industry and the importance of tourism in the leisure market. And sometimes there's a concern about over-tourism, but now everyone is paying attention to what happens when those visitors aren't here. In a city like Washington, we're down 11 million visitors. We employ 79,000 people specifically in this industry, so it's devastating. I know that's the same thing for a city like Seattle. So as I look at my role as U.S. Chairman, I am focusing on moving forward. And it starts with some of our realities. You know, I moved here right after 9/11 in December of 2001. And that was a tough time in America and, of course, for the city of Washington as well as other cities. But what we're dealing with now is really 10 times worse from an economic perspective. And that's, you know, not focusing or focusing as well on the loss of life and the concern that's still out there. So in our role, we are focusing on moving forward, getting back on track, and making sure that our industry has the necessary resources so we can, quite frankly, do our jobs. You know, in a case like Tom's and in a case like mine, we have not been eligible for PPP as many other industries have been. So as a 501c, we need those dollars so that we can be prepared and be engaged when the time is right to get out and sell our cities and our destinations. Equally as much as the U.S. Travel Association is focusing on that, they're also focusing on the fact that Congress is back in session. They came back as of Tuesday, and we're focusing primarily on moving the needle in the right direction in terms of the next iteration of the CARES Act and looking at temporary tax credits and other things to get individuals motivated and moving and getting back on planes or driving to their destinations to enjoy and help us springload our economies. That's extremely important to a city like Washington, and U.S. Travel Association understands the importance and the impact that we have as a lobbying organization that focuses primarily on the health and vitality of our industry. I'm very happy that just a week ago, U.S. Travel Association introduced a campaign called Let's Go There. And it gives us a chance to really focus on domestic travel, because we know international travel is going to be compromised for a while, and get individuals interested and engaged in traveling to places like Washington, D.C. or Seattle. In a city like ours, we have 50 million people that live within 250 miles of our destination. With Washington State and all of the amazing opportunities to get to Seattle, we're hoping that that campaign will spring launch individuals domestically to say that perhaps I'll forego my international trip this year because I have to, and then focus on going to destinations like Seattle. So I'm extremely excited that the U.S. Travel Association is focusing on that. And personally, as the commissioner referenced, it's really encouraging to see that the city of Seattle is focusing on other components of travel coming to your destination. It's important that we look at and recognize the impact of the Black Lives Matter movement, something that I have also asked the U.S. Travel Association to focus on, and have important conversations and topics on race relations and the importance of travel, and the fact that companies that put diversity first are actually more profitable. So what happens when cities also do it in the same vein? Recognizing the fact that Black people aren't going to come to Seattle just to focus on things that are specific to the Black community, but other communities internationally and domestically will travel to Seattle to learn more about the Native American experience, the Black experience, and so many others that you have in your destination. So with that, I know that there's a lot of things in which you all will be talking about during your conversations, but it's important that we follow up and recognize the importance of that movement, the positive impact of those protests, and make the necessary changes so that we can move forward as an industry and Seattle as a destination. So with that, I say congratulations on this summit. I wish you the best, and make sure you give Tom all the resources that he needs to be positioned to promote your great destination, because just like Washington and so many of others, we're going to need it. Thanks, and have a great day.
Thank you so much, Elliot. Great to see you on screen. Thank you for your friendship. Thank you for your national leadership. Thank you for your guidance and direction as our country moves forward, as our nation and our industry moves forward. And I can't wait to see you face to face soon. I hope that comes up in the next few months. So thank you for your time this morning.
You're absolutely right. And please bring some Washington wine when you come, my friend.
Always do. Thanks, Elliot. You know, our industry has been, I wouldn't say paralyzed, but we've been hyper-focused on looking backwards. I think that's what happens in a pandemic. But for the last 6 months, we've had to rely on day-to-day variances, same time last year numbers. We've looked at the upside-down revenue figures. We've looked at competitive set indexes. We've really been so focused looking backwards that it really is time, I think, that we stop and do what we can do to move forward and look forward. A global pandemic makes it almost impossible to look forward, but we know that's our job, that's our role, and this resilient industry is expecting all of us to do that. We've drawn incredible comparisons to 9/11, to recovery following SARS, to the Great Wall Street recession. We've tried to predict and plot when the recovery will happen. And I think what we're finding is that for many of us, control is gone. That's what a pandemic does. Never in my career, and I'm assuming many of yours, have I felt such moments of hopelessness, helplessness, but that's changing. We're seeing some signs that there are good things to come. In fact, earlier this year, I dusted off my copy of a great business book, Good to Great. Many of you have read that. Maybe it's been a while. I've been reminded by a couple of close colleagues about the amazing chapter about the Stockdale paradox. And I won't go into the long story, but if you have not read it, you should look that up, Stockdale paradox. If you have, it's great to dust that off. But there couldn't be a more direct parallel to what we're facing as an industry. Admiral Stockdale, a prisoner of war in Vietnam for 8 years, survived, obviously, and writes about how did he make it? How did certain men make it? Others did not. And the premise really was that they had an unwavering faith in the end game, but they also had to face the brutal facts of reality. I can't think of anything more appropriate or apt than what we've been going through the last 6 months. This is really where we have been. Our end game, we need to define that. What is the end game? Is it moving through phases of reducing infection? Is it returning to pre-COVID numbers? All of those things are hard to predict. We simply can't escape the here and now, the day-to-day of what we're living through, but it really is a time for the industry to control what we can control and to move forward while keeping that belief, that sincere belief that all of us have. Travel, tourism will again flourish at some point. It's in our DNA. It's what we do, and we're seeing signs of that now. In fact, this past Labor Day weekend, in the city of Seattle downtown, we ran the highest occupancy the city has had since early March, which was about 36%. That's nothing really to cheer about other than the fact that that is a hopeful trend that's starting. We're seeing more people on the streets, we're seeing more people traveling, and we need to really get ready to make that the norm that we're growing. So what do we really control when we look forward? First and foremost, we need to really control what we're doing to control the infection rates. Personally, in our organizations, in our networks, family and friends, we need to be ambassadors and advocates for responsible travel. And that's a two-way pledge. That's not only what we do personally, it's what we expect of travelers that want to come and visit, but it's also what we want our businesses and partners to do as well. I think it's important that as we strive to get to phase 4 here in King County, that we realize phase 4 is not the end game. In all honesty, phase 4 is where rebuilding starts. We can control where we focus our time and efforts. We've been spending a lot of time the last 4 or 5 months, and fortunate thank you to King County Council. $8 million is going to be spent on tourism funding in King County to the COVID emergency. We're working on that now. We've been working on that since March, and we're very thankful for Dow Constantine's leadership, Councilmember Dembowski, Cole Wells, for really championing this idea probably 2 weeks into this pandemic. We're also working very hard on meetings and business events. And since May, a group of statewide leaders from conference and convention centers and hotels have been meeting and determining some guidelines and safety requirements that really are in the governor's office this week to be considered. The premise is simply that business events, conferences, are inherently safer than many other types of gatherings. And I think we're very hopeful that we may hear news very soon of some opening up of gatherings with strict controls, but maybe even in this phase 2 that we're in. We're also working hard on long-term planning, certainly for the city and for the region. We're working hard to make sure that the convention center addition, the Summit building, is able to continue construction. It's a foundational piece of the future of the fabric of tourism and the meetings business in this region. And we're optimistic that that could happen. Certainly not a done deal, but that is a major piece going forward. We need to be working closely, obviously, with everybody in elected official capacities, elected officers around the city and the county to make that happen. We can also control our attitudes and our outlook and really define for each of us what is that end game we're striving for. How do we measure it? But all of this is really to no avail if we take for granted or if we assume that people will automatically flock back to our city and our region. We're seeing great demand on shoulder areas of the region, suburban areas, resorts. We're not seeing a lot of growth until just recently in downtown. Our downtown is pretty special. Our downtown has always been vital. Our downtown right now needs a lot of work. We're going to need to fight for our downtown. We're going to need to make sure that we're rebuilding not only the industry, but at the heart of that, rebuilding our destination and make it a place that we know people are going to want to come to. We must do everything we can to protect the unwavering faith that we should have in our industry. And we know it's there, but let's not assume it will be automatic. There's no gimmies in rebuilding tourism. It will never be more competitive than it's going to be. But we've never been more optimistic as an organization that it will happen. And talking to my colleagues like Elliot, up and down the West Coast, around the country, we know what's going to happen. But we need to be able to fund it, we need to be able to grow it in the right way, and we need to grow responsible tourism. So Stay with us. Thank you for that. Keep the optimism. Keep the faith that it is going to happen. But let's also know it's not going to be short term. It's going to be a long road. I'm very honored also that I get the chance, as I finish up, to introduce the next speaker and who's going to introduce the panel. Being here in Belle Harbor is just tremendous to be back down on the waterfront. It's a highlight for me to be able to introduce John Oppenheimer. There's a handful of individuals around our region that have truly made an impact in this industry and have really made a major impact. And John is one of those. John O. is on that list of folks that is really the man. So we're going to wait a minute on John O. Okay? Okay, well, we're going to go to break first. John O. is in makeup and getting ready to come up on stage. So bear with me. John O. is going to be back out. We're going to take a short break, and we'll be back for the introduction you're waiting for. Thank you.
From two guys in 1985 staring at each other with no clients and never brought on a partner that had a significant book of business, never merged with any other CPA firm. We grew it organically, and we have clients to this day that are some of those initial clients that we've had for over 30 years.
We're a full service firm, so we can do tax, audit, but we can also do international tax, state and local taxes, estate planning, wealth management. Basically, all their needs we can take care of here, or we have resources that we've developed or relationships we've had for a long time that we can help them with.
We're going to care about our clients' families and companies as if they were our own. And I think that's a pretty powerful statement. And if I cared about you as if you were part of my own family, or your company as if I was the president of it, I'd say that's a pretty strong statement and a pretty big commitment.
Well, good morning and welcome back to day 3 of the Puget Sound Economic Summit. Talking about travel and tourism today, and for those of you who were tuned in earlier, this is what you've been waiting for, the introduction of John Oppenheimer. As I was saying, there's really a handful of individuals in this community that have made a mark in travel and tourism, and we are so fortunate that John O. is one of those people. He is a mentor to many people. He's a finder of talent. He develops people. He's a visionary. He's even an author. But more than anything, John has an incredible passion and an authenticity in hospitality and taking care of people. And I've learned a lot from him through the years, and I think you're going to enjoy this panel very much. So 25 years ago, as John started, everything started right here on the waterfront, here at Bell Harbor. And I think we're lucky that John made his mark. He did it here in this great city. Please welcome John Oppenheimer.
Tom, thank you very, very much. And thank you. We're going to get through this. We're going to have a recovery in our region, and it's because of leadership of people like you. So there's nobody this industry would like to have at the helm of Visit Seattle. Nobody we would like more than Tom Norwalk. So thank you very, very much.
Thank you, John.
Today, for the next 45 minutes or so, we're going to talk about recovery. We're going to talk about the positiveness of recovery, because recovery will happen. And we have 3 incredible panelists that I'm excited to have a conversation with and thrilled that so many people are viewing this morning. First, Allie Daniels, Senior Vice President and Chief Marketing Officer of Visit Seattle. Allie, come on up. Allie's been with Visit Seattle for 9 years. She serves on the organization's senior leadership team, oversees all of the marketing department, drives the strategic planning and development across convention and leisure travel markets, and manages all the marketing activities of the Seattle Tourism Improvement Area. She led Visit Seattle through their organization-wide rebranding website design, which looks fantastic, and is in charge of publications that launched Seattle's first leisure campaign. I heard this morning about you do all that, plus you're the mother of 2 kids under the age of 2, so you have a very busy household. Allie, thank you for being with us, and thank you for all you're doing. Next, Carla Murray. Carla Murray, Chief Operations Officer for Marriott, in charge of America's Western region. Good morning, Carla.
Good morning.
Carla leads the teams of over 170 properties in the United States. I think about Carla often because we have sort of small boutique hotels, and if you add up a dozen of our hotels, you have more rooms on one floor than our 12 hotels. Carla's responsible for full P&L responsibility for over $9.1 billion in sales. She's the former chair of the Downtown Seattle Association, past chair, and currently serves on the executive board of Visit Seattle. Carla and her husband, Tom, have been super active in this community. They feel you don't just show up to work, but you show up to make the community a better place. So, Carla, thank you so much for joining us today. I had to grovel to get Carla to be on this panel because it's budget time, and begging worked. So thank you very much,
You're very welcome.
Carla. And next, Mr. David Blanford, the Executive Director of the Washington Tourism Alliance. 30-year veteran of tourism industry with a long tenure in focusing on marketing and industry advocacy. You're the man behind the scenes that makes so much communications so effective and so helpful in our tourism industry in the region. Dave was part of the industry coalition that fought hard to preserve the State Tourism Office funding from 2009 to 2010. That preservation of that office was in a big part because of Dave's leadership. He served on the WTA, the Washington Tourism Alliance, which he now leads, board of directors, and was its co-chair from 2018 until assuming this position. Prior to that, Dave was the Senior Vice President of Public Affairs for Visit Seattle from 2017 until now. Dave is a longtime member of the U.S. Travel Association's Communications Committee. He's currently a member of Destination International's Advocacy Committee. He's been an adjunct professor at Seattle University and is another example of someone that is making tourism alive and successful in our region. So thank you. Welcome. What a pleasure to get to introduce three prominent people like Ali, Carla, and Dave. So if it's okay with you, we're going to jump right into it. I'm going to just ask some questions. Audience watching, and we're thrilled so many people are viewing this morning. Please use the chat feature to ask any questions. The harder, the better. Since I just read the question, they answer it. And please use that chat feature as we begin this discussion. So first question. The dictionary defines a silver lining as a sign of hope or something good to be found in a gloomy situation. What do you think's the silver lining from the impact of COVID-19 for the tourism and the travel industry? What do you see as the bright side of where we're at? And let's start with you, Ali, if that's okay.
Well, I think there's lots of silver linings, but I think the most impactful for what we do is people miss you. They miss travel, they miss the escape, they miss how it fills you up. I don't think there's a person on this planet that isn't planning their next trip right now. Yeah. And then I also think from a local perspective, people are missing the tourists, right? They're missing the visitors. So I think it's good to be missed, and it'll be great to be back.
Yeah, I think that's exactly right. There's an energy that doesn't happen virtually. Carla, what do you think?
Well, like Ali, I think travel makes you happy.
Yeah.
And they're missing it. And we were just discussing in the green room travel planning for folks or for us individually into next year. So I think there is a silver lining. Sometimes you don't know what you miss until you don't have it anymore, right? And I also think that there is this. There's been this opportunity I've seen in our company for more innovation. We're breaking convention and things that we thought that we might not be able to do for another 2 to 3 years. And those breaking of conventions and innovations have given opportunity to our customers to have more control. They can do their check-ins online. They can have a touchless experience. And all of those things we might not have had enabled by technology as quickly as we've been able to do in these last 6 months. So I look at those as all silver linings, and you also discover the things that you didn't think you could do because it's been a big test. Everyone has probably been tested in ways that they've never been tested in their career. And I find that the teams I'm working with, they're passing those tests with remarkable success. So just that feeling of confidence that we're passing the test, we're going to provide our customers and our associates maybe a different experience, but it will be an enhanced experience.
Great. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you, Carla. Dave.
I heard Tom Norwalk mention the term responsible travel earlier, and it reminded me that is a term that has been, a concept that has been out in the industry for a few years and maybe hasn't had the traction it should have. But I think that now we're in a phase where there's a new opportunity to really grab hold of that. And for the traveler, that means not necessarily a burden, maybe some obstacles, but really an opportunity to grow and understand the places they're visiting, to really embrace that more fully than they did before. And that's a good thing. That only enhances the experience. I think for the travel marketer as well, we get to help shape that new responsible travel. We get to help educate and coax along the traveler and adopt marketing programs and destination experiences that will just make it that much more meaningful.
Thank you. And when you talk about shaping, that we have an opportunity to shape those experiences, can you give a couple examples of what comes to mind and what you're thinking there? Just a little more color on that.
Yeah, absolutely. So many, but I think understanding the fragile nature of tourism, whether it's an outdoor environment or public lands. I think this summer, many of us have been reminded that we have this embarrassment of riches here in Washington State. But we really have to be sensitive. We have to leave no trace. We have to plan well ahead. We have to think about where we go, being maybe not the most popular hiking trail, but look for other ones so that we can sort of self-regulate. I think as well, just embracing diversity, equity, inclusion will be a part of everything we do, and that is something that I think there'll be a market demand for that. I think that travelers want to understand better the places they're going. So how do we make better interpretive features at the destination? How do we market to that? How do we deploy travel advisory that sort of front loads that concept?
Carla, you more than anyone on this stage have a wide portfolio throughout the West and throughout North America. What are some other regions doing that you think we should be doing? What can we learn from what others are doing? Or what should we not be doing that we are doing?
I'd rather talk about the successes than the failures.
Yeah, good.
There are some interesting approaches that other cities are taking, and I'll talk about Hawaii for one. And this is a concept, but it's still not completely rolled out. But it's the resort bubble concept that allows the customer to have an experience that's quite contained, somewhat like what the NBA has done in Orlando, but it will allow customers to come to a meeting place and to feel that they can get together safely. And technology enables this. There's a company called Aqua that facilitates this. They're doing it in Bermuda, and it's one thing that I'm studying with my hotel leaders, as well as the government officials in the state of Hawaii. So I like the idea in that it can, especially for the meetings business, it's a way to provide a cloistered experience that gives the attendees and the meeting planner more confidence about what that's going to look like for them. So that would be one example.
Yeah, that's a great example. Back to our region, there's lots of recent announcements regarding creating an urgent recovery program. Can you tell us, and I know the three of you have been very involved in that, can you tell us a little bit more about that, and maybe start with you, Dave, because I know you've been super involved in it.
You bet. For the Washington Tourism Alliance, one aspect that we're very excited about is a partnership with the Port of Seattle to engage in a year-long statewide industry recovery program. And that will include, of course, marketing that is phase appropriate, and would include, I think, in the beginning, some in-state marketing, broaden to feeder markets, and then, of course, go to U.S. and Canada air markets. Our charter is to get outsiders in. We want to drive that economic impact, and the time will come for that, and so we'll be poised. Another aspect for us, rural support has always been a charter of the Washington Tourism Alliance. It's mandated in our legislation. We know that rural communities are much more dependent on tourism than urban areas. So we always have planned for what we would call a destination development program, where we actually go to those rural communities and small businesses and help them with the building blocks of tourism. That is just exponentially expanded now for us and become a much bigger part of what we will be doing. And I think adding into that, not just the building blocks of tourism, but really specific recovery programs, everything from technical assistance, helping communities and businesses circumnavigate federal government, state government, find the tools they need to grow. And then, of course, we really do hope that leads to a development program where they, too, can be very active tourism marketers and partners with us.
Great. Can you talk a little bit, because we have a really diverse group of viewers this morning, talk a little bit more about the Tourism Alliance and how the Tourism Alliance intersects with Visit Seattle and other regional visit and convention bureaus.
The Washington State Tourism Alliance is your state tourism office. We haven't had one for about a decade. The last one was closed. A division of state government closed during the deep recession a decade or so ago. It took the statewide industry that time period to advocate for a new funding model, and that was signed by the governor in 2018. It's industry-led. We decidedly built a system that is a public-private funding mechanism. There's a matching component. It's two-thirds industry to one-third state general funds. A little bit unorthodox, I would also say innovative, and we're just getting going during a global pandemic. But the interesting thing is that we were in building mode anyway, and building marketing programs, destination development programs, rebuilding all of our assets that we've lost, from photo libraries to video content, rebuilding a website, and making some good progress. Ironically, during the pandemic and this forced pause over the summer with marketing, we've used that opportunity to really ramp up, and we think we're ready to go for recovery.
And are people, Dave, throughout, are you seeing interest and excitement about the Alliance throughout the state, or is it concentrated more in urban areas, or are the folks of Leavenworth and throughout the state, is it embracing this?
They all are. Again, the industry said a state tourism marketing program must be industry-led. So they are 100% behind this, urban, rural, east, west. We all get it in tourism. Tourism has always been about partnerships. We need that to really make it work. And boy, now more than ever do we need partnerships. So to your earlier question, I think the partnerships are just natural. I think that, with Carla, with Ali, those partnerships will follow. We have to work together for sure.
Great. Ali, I know recently the county, maybe in the last 2 weeks, announced an $8 million program. Is that right? And that was King County. Can you talk a little bit, describe that and tell us a little bit about that?
I'd use all of our time if I told you all the good stuff. But yeah, we've been talking to King County Council since March, knowing that this was going to have a major impact in our world. And in partnership with Seattle Southside Regional Tourism Authority, we're granted these $8 million of recovery tourism funds. So we've been working countywide to promote what's in our backyard. We know that people are going to feel comfortable traveling local first. We want people to travel local first. As Tom mentioned, it's going to be more competitive than ever before. And why not put your money back in your economy versus going and putting it in somebody else's? Help your neighbor, help your community first. Longwoods released a report earlier this week saying around 4 out of 10 people feel comfortable inviting visitors into their communities right now. So if mom tells you not to have a party, don't have a party because you're gonna make her mad. So I think it's just how can we help move people around our home and give them an excuse to see different parts of this region. Like David said, we're so blessed here. We have everything. And what a good excuse to go explore parts that you haven't seen before versus going to another country or a different state right now. So the campaign will launch, fingers crossed, October 1st, which is tomorrow. Pretty much. So we're sprinting. Our partner, Wonderman Thompson, has been helping us along the way. We've been optimistic because of the support from Councilmember Dembowski and Cole Wells helping push this through. So we've had all of our ducks in a row, and we're excited. But you'll feel it local first. And then we'll slowly, because safety is the most important thing right now, and it's all based on safety protocols. We launched All Clear King County, so businesses within King County can say, I'm taking the pledge, I am following all of the guidelines for my business, and please promote me. 60% of travelers want to go to a place that requires masks because it proves that they're taking safety seriously. So we'll have all of that in place, and it'll be a good feeling to get energy back where it's been missed.
Yeah. And it's $8 million? Is that over what period of time?
$8 million of CARES funding to be spent in 2020. So Visit Seattle is responsible for 6, Seattle Southside for 2. This first portion, the local, because it is within the county, we're doing as a partnership. And then we'll start to reach out to neighboring counties after that when all the signs say that we can.
Fantastic. Carla, you operate the biggest hotels in the Seattle area. What if you could wave a magic wand, what would you like to see the impact of that $8 million? Or what are you hoping it's used for?
I would like to see, I think that the function of this kind of marketing program is to create awareness. And then certainly if you're able to create demand, that's the icing on the cake. But I also know that typically the hotels or the company, whoever you're representing, needs to come behind, and they need to be ready to execute their marketing program. And I know our company, we have been talking to our customers, but we haven't been actively out there creating demand because of the jurisdictional restrictions that you might have had in any city. We didn't want to encourage customers to go where they might not be approved or welcome. And so as those restrictions start to free up, then so will the marketing budgets for the hotels to be able to come back behind what Allie and her team are doing and reinforce that message. And then at some point in the next 2 to 3 months, we've got to start creating demand.
And Allie, back to you. How is this, when this funding was granted, how is it measured in terms of determining at the end, was this successful or not?
Well, there's so many stakeholders now, right?
Yeah.
It's not just hotel stays. That's clearly part of it because that's what helps, put money back into the community. But we're going to watch foot traffic. So we have a partner, C-Source, that can actually, Big Brother data, show the increase day over day, week over week, even year over year from different zip codes to are we driving them? Is there an increase? Are people going to where we're encouraging them to go? Are they bopping around the county as we're asking? So hotels part of it, but then really foot traffic to businesses that we're encouraging.
Fantastic. Well, it's so great that the county pledged this money and that it's being administered and it's not a long bureaucratic process for it to take action. So, way to go. That's fantastic. There's also questions from the audience, so I'll kind of go in and out of that. But before I do that, while we're talking about sort of plans, I'm going to ask a harder question. Or maybe harder, should there, in the tourism world, should there have been a national plan and instead of the regional jurisdictions? We not only have regional jurisdictions statewide, but we have it countywide. In San Juan County, hotels until a week ago were not allowed to open more than half their rooms. Should there be a national plan? And I'll start with you, Carla, because you have a national scope.
Certainly it would have made my job easier if there was a national plan.
Right.
I think the fact that there were multiple layers of direction and largely only state, regional, county, less so of a national plan. And that has created confusion. And customers aren't sure, where can I go and go to a restaurant? Where can I go and stay in a hotel? Are the hotels open? And what is the mask protocol? It created so many different questions that it might have been easier for customers just to stay home unless they were very clear it was in their jurisdiction, they could drive to that particular destination, and it made it easy. I mean, customers want ease of travel, not just the fact that I can travel, I want it to be easy. So, when you think about all those factors that have contributed to, I know I receive from our state and national lobbyists probably a 5-page report every single week that's updating all the jurisdictions and how they're changing and what the requirements are for customers that are going to be in those cities. And I could have eliminated some of that confusion and made it a little bit easier for the recovery.
Yeah, thank you. I really like your point about guests want it to be easy. I mean, that's why they travel, to have a lot of fun and not to have to overthink. And I think that's been a complication. Dave, any comments on that, or Allie?
Yes, there should have been a national plan, but I think there probably will be for the next pandemic. I think we certainly have learned. There are lessons learned in this for all of us. The question is a good one too, and it just makes me wonder if we're entering into a phase now where economic recovery and public health can be concurrent activities. They can be aligned, and they should be aligned. And by that I mean the travel industry is so well positioned to communicate in real time with its various audiences, markets, and can probably do that much more effectively than could government. And so to the extent that those two elements are aligned, it could be much more impactful and helpful to the traveler. An example of that too, I worried early on in this pandemic that travel sort of at the national level was seen as the vector of COVID, and I understand that. Everything congregate was seen as something that needed to be avoided, but I also wonder too, in controlled environments from convention centers to hotels, environments can be controlled, social distancing can be implemented, sanitation stations can be deployed. And that's true out in, beyond cities as well. When you think about organized tour leaders who book groups of people congregating, but then they can mandate social distancing. They can educate travelers about the importance of all that. Whereas if travelers were just to head out to the outdoors on their own, they may not be educated in the same way. So there are opportunities. I would hope that would be part of the lessons learned in this pandemic.
Thank you. Ali, any comments on that?
Just one thing to add, I think yes, and it would get us back to travel sooner, right? If there would have been this national plan, this I just feel like would have been condensed a little bit more.
Right. Yep.
Which is what we're all excited for.
Yeah. So we're getting some questions from the audience. Thank you very much for that, and we'll chime into some of those. The first one is, do you think the acceleration of technology due to COVID will stick around? Do you think it has ultimately assisted the experience, or has it depersonalized it? Who would like to jump into that?
I'll take it.
Thank you.
The answer to the first question, yes, because our customers are going to demand it. We're going to train them in a way that gives them even more control, usually from their whatever's in their device in their hand, right? And that connection, while we may think that it is about being less personal, I would argue that it is giving the customer a sense of control that they didn't have previously, and that is the ultimate intimacy, that this customer gets to make a decision, they get to control it, they don't have to rely necessarily on someone else to bring it to fruition. So I would argue, yes, technology will stick around, and that our customers are going to be, it has raised the bar of expectation with our customers.
And when, or maybe this is in place now, when will a customer walk into a Marriott product and say, boy, this is noticeably different? Or maybe that's happening now.
I think it's happening now because the visual cues that a customer sees when they enter a hotel is very different today than it might have been before. And it takes place with multiple cues that are associated with cleaning and ensuring that customers feel secure. Yeah. So I think we have to do it right now.
Dave, any comments on that? Ali, either one of you?
I totally agree with Carla that it will stick. What I do like is that it gives people options too. If people that are more reliant and want just the technology experience, they can have that. But if they do want to have the personal interaction when we're all over this, when it's through, they can have that too. So I think it broadens the audience. And thank goodness for technology, or this wouldn't be happening right now, right?
Yep. Yeah. Another audience questions, what are some other broad strokes travel trends you predict we'll see in the coming months, especially with us leading into our first full winter of COVID?
The road trip.
What?
The road trip.
Road trip, for
I know
sure.
everyone's sick of hearing it. It was the summer of the road trip, but I really think it's the 2 to 3 years of the road trip.
Yeah.
I think you can control your environment. I think it makes it more accessible and approachable sometimes. And you get to travel with your bubble that you have been, quarantined or quarantined with this whole time. So I think it's all about safety. It's a personal journey for everyone through this pandemic. And it gives people that flexibility to go someplace, to see something besides the four walls of their home in a safety that they can control.
Yeah, I totally agree on Allie's points. And I would also add that the drive to someplace that's less dense, our highest performing assets right now are in the mountains or on the California coast. And they would be in Hawaii if Hawaii was open for business. So I think there's the travel trend of I want to drive and I want to be someplace a little bit more remote. The other travel trend that we're seeing is that whereas you used to have multi-generational travel, we're now starting to see multi-family travel because these families have been in their own COVID pod together, and now they would like to travel, so there's been an uptick on suite requests and or larger residential types of accommodations. And the last thing I would add, and this just came up yesterday, about there are several universities that are saying they're going to truncate their spring breaks, and they may make them much shorter so schools could be out earlier, allowing for early summer travel next year. So those are some things that we're watching to see, do they create demand, and what will the customer's reaction be to them. But right now, it's all about get in the car and go someplace that's remote and not to an urban, dense environment yet.
And I would agree with both Allie and Carla, and wonder if, as we go through fall, winter, the colder weather months, if there is also a desire for more mental stimulation, heritage, different cultures, understanding cultures and traditions and things that are different. Just the need to grow in that way mentally as well. Summer indeed was about just getting away, and it was much needed after, weeks and weeks spent on your couch. But I think that there will be an evolution in demand for travel. And I would add too that recovery is probably a process. It's not just going to be a snap of the fingers, and so I think masks will be with us for a while. Even post-vaccine, I think temperature checks, social distancing, that will just become a part of the norm.
I had one more.
Good.
Sorry, John.
Yeah, please.
I also think midweek travel, because you can do everything remotely now. Virtual kindergarten is a thing that I'm experiencing right now. You can work from anywhere, and businesses have given that grace to their employees. So I think people will get a jump. It's not like let's head out early on a Friday to get to our destination. You could leave on a Monday. Sorry, Tom. You could leave on a Monday and do your work from anywhere, really, right now.
I think that's huge. At Columbia Hospitality, we're finding the exact same thing about rural destinations, and it's a real positive. So Sage Lodge in Montana, which is 50 rooms, is pretty much sold out at a much higher rate than we ever anticipated. Semiahmoo at Blaine, the same thing. At Semiahmoo, we built study halls, to your point, Allie. We built study halls in the banqueting space where we're doing fun things for kids and setting it up so they can come study while they're there. And rural Sun Valley, the same thing. Rural has a whole new excitement, and weather doesn't seem to matter. Even the smoke that we've had recently. I mean, people are still coming because there seems to be such a pent-up demand. Just let me out. And so if we can keep that momentum going, and then the urban comes back, it could be a wonderful world. Some more questions from the audience, and thank you for those. Innovative thinking, technology, talent, and are all three necessary for industry recovery. Innovative thinking, technology, and talent are all necessary for industry recovery. Anything else you would add to that mix?
passion.
Yeah, I was thinking that too.
I think
Passion.
we knew that we had a passionate team that believed in travel and believed in our destination, but there's no time but a stressful crisis to see all of that come out. And I think that on top of those three, which are necessary, it really is feeding the soul that they believe in what we're doing, which is why they're grinding it out.
Yeah.
I would add the support of your governmental agencies to this. I think that's going to be critical because, as we discussed earlier, the fact we did not have a national plan and that you have all of this disparate regulatory impact on the business itself, just on tourism overall, I think there's going to need to be some, let's get back together and try to ensure that our public officials understand what our business is about and what steps they need to take to help us on this recovery.
Yeah, to Carla's point, advocacy has never left us. This industry has always had to self-advocate, and boy, more than ever now, we absolutely have to keep doing that. The other concept I would add, and it's been a lesson learned for me, is just flexibility. Pivot is probably the most overused word on a daily basis for all of us in this industry, and yet, boy, on a daily basis, I feel like we're changing plans, we're moving in a new direction, kind of putting our finger to the wind to see which way things are going, watching that data. We're all watching similar data every day.
Yeah. I want to come back to the government support and government action in a minute, but also I would add, you said passion. I would also add compassion, because everybody's stressed. It's a different deal. And I think in our industry, if you can walk into a facility, and this is a little bit of a reprieve, that adds great value to the guest experience, but it starts with the team member experience. I mean, a lot of people have the great opportunity to work from home, but a whole lot of people don't. And so, you can't work from home if you're a chef or a housekeeper or a front desk agent, and showing appreciation and compassion to those folks so that can become contagious to the guest is another, I think, a complicated and really important element. Nobody wants to check into a hotel and be checked in by somebody that's just so down and out. It should be a reprieve. Government support. That was one of my pre-thought about questions. This is the Puget Sound Economic Summit. There are a fair number of government leaders viewing. We've had a fair number of government leaders speaking. What should business and government leaders be doing to help more than they are now in the Puget Sound area? Or the state, doesn't have to be just the Puget Sound area.
I think investment in tourism is key. We know that. I think we understand that better than ever given this pandemic. And the concept of relief, frontline relief for hospitality workers on the front lines, we totally understand that as well, and a number of measures have been deployed there. Maybe what we don't understand as well, and I think government could and will, is for long-term recovery, and by so many industry projections, we're talking 3, 5, 7 years to get back, maybe not get back, but to get to whatever that new normal is going to be. You need to think about the economic engines. You need to think about destination marketing organizations. I'm one, Allie is one. These are the engines that are going to jumpstart recovery, but they need stabilization as well, and they really took a hit, not just here in Washington State, but across the country. So many of them funded by lodging tax receipts. And if they're not strong, if they don't have the staff, if they don't have the budget to do what they need to do to drive that economy, then that's not going to trickle down to all the various segments of the industry. So funding like the King County funding is just so crucial. Partnerships, as we've already discussed, throughout the industry and with government and with business, really critical.
Thank you. Carla.
There's two things that come to mind as we talk about what can the government do. David mentioned the partnerships, and the partnerships are certainly in the hotel business or restaurant business. It's all about the owner of the business, right? And to have strong partners in the future, many of our hotel owners in certain areas are going to be financially challenged and potentially challenged to the point that they will not be able to survive this. And so that if there is opportunities for tax deferrals or other ways to keep those businesses viable, I think that's one thing. The second thing is there is, Tom mentioned in his opening comments about the proposal that's on the governor's desk right now to allow for a greater, broader approach to the meetings business. That is the beginning. That is the beginning to create business demand, group demand that can drive all the rest of the engines that we're looking for in this recovery.
And I would just add, encourage the advocacy within their constituents, right? A number of the council members introduced us to the mayors within their district and the leaders there to help us amplify what we're doing. So I think it's that endorsement to the people that they represent.
Yes. And I would just add there, I hope we can all communicate to government agencies the real important sense of urgency. Every day in our industry that goes by is a day we could use help. There's those papers on the governor's desk need to come off the desk. And
with a signature, not come off. They want a signature on them.
Yeah, good point. We don't want them going in the bin. We want them going signed. But a sense, and I know that we're lucky that people are willing to serve as public servants. It's a tough time to be a public servant, but boy, I hope people can recognize the sense of urgency and all the jobs that are affected in the hospitality industry. And so anything we can all do to help encourage urgency and action is helpful at every level. A more specific question from the viewers, thank you. How do you think COVID will impact the length of stay for our guests in the future?
I think as long as COVID is still with us, that you're going to find, and we're seeing this to some degree, where guests can go and work anywhere, and they can take their family because they can homeschool their children. So we're seeing the stay for those leisure guests that we would categorize them as it could potentially be longer. Once the vaccine is in place, I don't know if that trend will continue, but right now I see that trend where entire families are traveling and kids are doing their school virtually. I had my whole family in Sun Valley for about a month where everybody had a place that they were conducting their job or going to school. So that was my personal experience.
I totally agree. And as traveling is stressful right now, right? And there's a lot that you have to mentally prepare for and physically prepare for, and you don't want to go and just stay a night for all of that work. You just want to settle back in, spray everything down, and enjoy it as long as possible. And to Carla's point, because there is that flexibility from what everyone is doing in their daily lives.
Dave?
I agree.
Good. Yeah. So that could be a positive if length of stays get longer. That could be a positive of the recovery or in what we're in now. A couple more from the audience, and I've got a couple more. Given the current state of the industry, what's the view of developers for investing in future projects? Carla, you work with developers a lot.
I thought you were going to answer that.
Yeah. It's so fun being the moderator.
Yeah, you don't have to answer the question. There are still developers. I am still approving performas, but the numbers are dramatically different than they were in the past. But we are still opening hotels, oddly enough, all around the U.S., mostly in the select serve space. And then there are those projects that were underway that I've just had 2 hotels open in California in the last month. Developers have a long-range view, typically, and especially if they have their investors lined up. I think there will continue to be development, but at a much slower pace than what we were seeing in 2019.
I I think you're right. It'll be much slower. I also think as different sided developers, there'll be refresh and remodels and people and new ownership, as you pointed out earlier, new ownership of hotels that'll say, let's look at this hotel a little differently or let's spruce it up. We have a hotel opening in Missoula in a few months that's like that. We have a hotel opening next month in Coeur d'Alene, Idaho. But those, in fairness, were things that were in the works before COVID. But I do think we're going to see lots of changes in existing product because there'll be new ownership groups. Given, I'll sort of summarize this one. This is a very good question. I think corporate planners, our corporate planners gearing up for events immediately after a vaccine. What are you seeing in citywides? Are they talking a lot about vaccines? Are they talking about how they're going to use a vaccine? Or what's going to be the trigger for them to, is it a vaccine that will be the trigger for citywides to come back?
I think a vaccine is definitely part of it, right? But it's not the only part. It's how is the destination preparing for these things? What are the plans in place? What are the safety protocols? I think there isn't just one solution, but we do know that our meeting planners are eager just as much as we are to get back into it and get back to the way that things kind of were before, but just with those additional layers applied.
I would agree. I think pace, if you looked at in our big group houses that accommodate both corporate and association business that is comprises citywide, that they are looking beyond 2021 really into 2022, and that you do see a better progression of pace in 2022 and 23, assuming the vaccine has been put into place and it has been a success.
And what do you, each of you, we're wrapping up on time, but so this will be our little lightning round question. What do you define, because I want to get to my last question because I'm so excited about it, but what do you think recovery, define recovery? How do we know when we're in recovery? What is recovery in your eyes? Starting with you, David.
Recovery, throughout Washington State, in this region and throughout Washington State, has to incorporate the more rural, underserved areas. As much as 80% of this industry is small business, it absolutely has to find its way to those small business owners. As Carla was saying, sometimes just a single owner is doing it all. Recovery is yes, demand generation and creating the marketing programs that really tap into that pent-up demand and are of the moment really key to just to get a volume of people in and to regain some spending. But I think there also is a destination management component as well that we all are going to have to really own and be a part of. We have to think about seasonality. We have to think about spreading it out. We have to think about not just sending to the most popular parts of the region, the state, but kind of balancing out and giving other opportunities. It's been such a fascinating boot camp the past few months. I mean, we've seen destinations in Washington that have publicly said, visitors, please don't come right now. You will overload our municipal resources. Or, if too many hikers go to the trail, you could invoke search and rescue operations that we're not prepared. We don't have the bandwidth to deploy. So I think that in addition to getting them here, which is the job of WTA and Visit Seattle and many other DMOs and hotels, yes, we will do that, but I think we have to really think strategically how and when and pay attention to the demographics, the psychographics, everything that is changing so quickly. All of those will be measures, I think, for recovery.
Great. Carla?
Your question about is what does recovery look like? It looks like 2019.
Yeah.
That's it.
That's a better answer.
That's a good, yeah. And very measurable.
Well, very measurable.
Yes.
It's results oriented.
Yeah. Allie?
Well, that's hard to follow. But I would also say hugging, right? We're in the tourism industry. We're in hospitality. We are in this personal interaction. And to be sitting this far away from these two, it's just such a foreign thing. But I also think recovery is a process, right? You didn't say, when are we recovered? There's not an end point to it. I think all of those things, and then just feeling like you can touch humans again without spraying down with Lysol.
Yeah, right. Thank you. You are all three giant leaders in our industry and really important, driving both the enthusiasm and the energy, and your day-to-day lives have all changed just like so many of ours. There's a famous Japanese author, Haruko Murakami, that says this. He says, when you come out of the storm, you won't be the same person who walked in. When you come out of the storm, you won't be the same person as when you walked in. How are you each going to walk out of the storm a little bit differently? Carla. I was so excited about this question.
This is a very good question. I like to think about my superpower. And my superpower is my staying power. And that's what has been tested during this time.
Where am I at?
You go. Okay, I'll go.
You go.
All right. Well, I changed jobs during a global pandemic. Not advisable, but I did it. And I think what I learned from that was sort of reminded of that nothing really changed that much. I'm still getting to work with the same great people. The partnerships are in play. It works the same way. And I realize in this industry how scrappy we all need to be, even in good times. The flexibility needed, the partnerships, the camaraderie, that's all key. So I'd say I don't know that I guess I've changed and that I've grown even more to believe that this industry we just have to stick together, and that's sort of where you find your strength. Yes, we're asking for outside support in times like this, but really the driving momentum behind this recovery, I think, is going to come sort of within the industry and from all those partnerships and goodwill.
Ali.
And I think trusting, even more trusting. I feel like you build your little raft of your humans. But during this time, there are more things thrown on you than ever before, and it's a stressful crisis, and we change jobs, and it really is learning to trust those people around you and learning to trust those relationships and communities that you've built that will help us all survive this.
Yep, for sure. Crisis build teams, and crisis builds loyalty, and I think the industry has really come together, and that's another big plus. And thank you to the three of you for all the 24/7 energy you're committing to the industry and to the region. And thank you to all the viewers that participated in this panel. And I apologize we didn't get to everyone's question, but there's another panel coming up in just a second after this break. And this was a wonderful discussion. And David, thank you very much. Carla, thank you very much. Ali, thank you very much. And we'll take a quick break before our next session.
When people work together, we can help each other go a lot further.
That's why over 1 million of us are members of BECU. so that we can give each other things like fair rates on products, fewer fees, and smarter digital tools to help us reach our goals.
That's the power of putting people and their financial well-being above everything else.
It's not just a more human way to do things.
We believe it's the right way.
So join us.
BECU, more than just money.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm John Oppenheimer with Columbia Hospitality, and we have the pleasure of serving as the operator for the Port of Seattle of Bell Harbor International Conference Center and the World Trade Center. And we are so thrilled with the panels this morning, the panels the last 2 days of the Puget Sound Economic Summit. Thank you for joining us. I have the pleasure of introducing Emily Parkhurst. Emily Parkhurst is the publisher and the market leader of the Puget Sound Business Journal. She's been at the Puget Sound Business Journal for 9 years. She left Maine to come out to the great Pacific Northwest. Maine's loss was our serious gain, because since Emily has become the publisher of the Puget Sound Business Journal, I've watched as she reinvented, recreated, has made the Puget Sound Business Journal such a leading spokesperson for the business community in our region, not only through the paper, but through events and special creative approaches and awards. And it's really become the most significant publication for the business community in our area under Emily's leadership. This conference, the Puget Sound Economic Summit, is so lucky that Emily and her publication have become sponsors. There'll be a wonderful report that'll come out in the Puget Sound Business Journal on October 2nd, summarizing the 3 days. And currently, at this moment, we are so fortunate that Emily has agreed to be the moderator for the next 3 sessions of this morning's Puget Sound Economic Summit. So Emily, thank you very much, and I'll turn it over to you, and thank you so much for being a huge part of this summit.
Well, I'm so thrilled to be here, John. Thank you so much, and thanks for hosting this amazing 3-day summit. I mean, the content and the discussions during this 3-day summit has just been absolutely incredible, so helpful, and just such a light to have right now in this difficult time. So this morning, we're going to kick this off with a state of aviation and cruise, which I think is on a lot of people's minds right now. I'd like to welcome Stein Cruz, who is the CEO of Holland America Group and Carnival UK, to join me here on stage, and Alaska Airlines President Ben Minicucci to join me. Thanks for being here, guys.
Thank you, Emily.
Thank you, Emily.
Well, let's kick this off by having each of you give us a little bit of a state of the industry. You both represent, kind of different industries that have been hit a little bit differently by the pandemic. So, Stein, I'll throw it to you first. Tell us a little bit about how things are going and where you see it going from here.
Well, the state of the cruise industry right now is a very difficult one because we are non-operating. We have been voluntarily shut down and then subsequent with a no-sail order from the Centers of Disease Control in the United States since March 13. So our industry and our corporation, Carnival Corporation and PLC, has now operated for the better part of 6+ months with no revenue, no income. So when you think about a business, and our business is large, we carry millions of guests globally every year. We have hundreds of thousands of crew. We procure billions of dollars of goods and services throughout, and none of that is happening right now. We are completely shut down. Now, while we are shut down, we still have to maintain our fleet of over 100 ships, and we have to do that with the highest priority and commitment to compliance, safety, environmental protection, and making sure that these ships are looked after so that when we do return to service, we are in position to do that with the protocols that will have to be in place when that happens. But right now, there is very little activity. We have no guests on our ships. We only have a minimum safe manning on the 100 ships that are scattered throughout the world. And as I said, we have no income, no revenue, yet we have large expenditures. So we've had to resort to the fact that we had a very strong balance sheet when this happened. And we've gone out in the commercial markets and borrowed a lot of money. We've raised through different types of financing, different types of debt that we've added, different types of equity that we've released. We've secured just north of $12 billion. That's 12 billion, B with a B. And that's given us the runway to get through this, because the cost of operating a fleet that has no income is still quite staggering. So our industry, somewhat different than Ben, and Ben will talk about the aviation, we are kind of in a standstill. We're kind of in a holding pattern and preparing for what comes next, and obviously we'll get into that.
Just a quick follow-up question there, Stein. How does your experience at Holland America compare to other cruise lines? Is everybody kind of feeling the exact same thing through all of this?
Yeah, globally, there are a couple of things, and again, we can go into the nuances of this. There's a couple of companies, including one of our sister companies, that are now operating in Europe on a very sort of startup basis with a certain type of prescribed protocols, and again, we can talk about that later. But the vast majority of the global cruise industry, the industry that carries 30 million passengers globally every year to over 700 ports globally, is completely shut down.
Wow. Well, Ben, it's not quite so dire in aviation, so tell us a little bit about sort of where aviation is right now.
You know, it's a similar story to what Stein was describing. You know, I mean, just to go back a little bit to the start of 2020, just to frame it a little bit, it was going to be one of a good year for aviation, but a fantastic year for Alaska Airlines. We were off the heels of completing our integration with Virgin America, which was 3 years behind us, and you know, so we got all that past us. We had paid 75% of that debt down. We had tailwinds. It was going to be one of our best years in a long, long time. We had finished our 5-year strategic plan that was based on growth, and we couldn't get airplanes fast enough. We were, you know, struggling to hire pilots. It was just, you know, our gates were full, congestion. I mean, those are the issues we were dealing with, and who thought those were all good problems? Of course, the pandemic hit, and it's similar. I mean, for Stein, the valve completely shut off. Ours went from, just to give you a perspective, we carry about 140,000 passengers a day. We went from 140 to 5. Not zero, but almost essentially zero. And you know, even though we went in with a strong financial position, there's nothing you can do when revenues drop 95%. So we had to do similar to what you know, Stein and his team have done, is raise liquidity. We were burning $15 million a day in March, $15 million a day. We brought that down to $3 million a day, so we're still burning cash at an alarming rate. Less than some of our competitors, but and our goal is to get to cash break even. So we're carrying about 40,000 people a day. We got to carry at least 70,000, half of what we normally carried, to get to a cash break even. And
you said 70,000?
About 70,000 a day. So we're at about a little over 40. But I would say I do feel a little more optimism than I did maybe a month or 2 months ago. You know, with all the efforts we've done on safety, in terms of at least the people who are flying are feeling safe when they fly, with all the precautions we're taking with of course, masks and cleaning airplanes and HEPA filters and all those sorts of things. But I think people are feeling a little more confident. We're seeing a little more stability, still nowhere where it needs to be, but so I'm a little more cautiously optimistic. This thing is on a slow improving trend, unless, you know, there's another bad turn, which let's all knock on wood.
Yes, definitely. So I want to talk about 2021. You know, 2020 was, I think we can all agree, not a great year. And that might be an understatement. So as you look forward into the next year, how are you planning for the future? There's still a lot of uncertainty, as you just mentioned, Ben. You know, you just never know. There could be a resurgence. So how do you plan ahead with so little information that's solid?
Well, for us, we've already made plans for 2021. So what we did is we had to put a stake in the sand, because you got to plan. I mean, we have over 300 airplanes. We parked a bunch. We have to manage, you know, people. We have 25,000 employees, so we have to reduce our workforce. We have to bring them back at a certain rate for training and qualifications. So we put a stake in the sand that in 2021, we're going to be 20% smaller. So that was a tough decision to make, but just in terms of reality, what we're seeing is, you know, the business traveler is not going to come back anytime soon, which is a huge impact to not only Alaska, but the aviation industry in general. Leisure is coming back we believe leisure will come back, maybe not at 100%, but will come back. Domestic will come back. International will be slow. So international business will be slow. So right now, we're modeling 20% down. We hope it's not worse, and we're prepared for it to be worse, but we're also maybe prepared that it might get better. So 20% down, and that's how we're modeling 2021.
Okay. Stein, obviously there's a lot of unanswered questions for you when you're planning for 2021. How are you planning right now?
Yes, thank you, Emily. And I was remiss in not saying thank you for hosting this as well. Puget Sound Business Journal. John gave some great opening comments, and you guys do a great job. And you're so good at communicating what's going on here in the Puget Sound. So thank you for this. We're very similar to what Ben was describing. No one can predict the future, but we know that there is a future, and I'm very bullish on our business, the travel industry, X number of years into the future. 2021 is around the corner, so predicting 2021 is very difficult with the uncertainty, but very similar to what Ben said, we will also be a smaller company. We came into this with one of the strongest balance sheets in the travel industry. We had a AAA minus credit rating. We made a lot of money. So 2020 we were extraordinarily bullish on, and then this happened. Now we've taken a number of steps. I alluded to the Carnival Corporation's fundraising to generate the kind of liquidity we need to have a runway that is extended well into the future if we cannot operate. We've sold off 18 ships in different tranches in different ways. Some of the older, more less profitable vessels, which you traditionally do when you have a large set of assets. You look at the assets that you can write down the most or dispose of more easily. We too had to do some very dramatic things in terms of people. First, when this happened, we had, I think, around 250,000 guests at different ships and different places around the world. We had to get all of those home. Then we had 100,000 crew members, officers and crew on these ships around the world. We had to reduce that down to a safe manning level, which is about 10% of that. So instead of 100,000, we now have, I think, 16,000 on our ships. So we had over 80,000 people, crew members, team members, that we had to get home to over 100 countries. Most of those countries were shut down. Most of those countries did not have international air travel. We had to send them home by using our ships, chartering private aircraft, chartering public company aircraft. And then we had to make sure that we understood what this pause meant without knowing how long the pause was going to be. And then, as I said, we had to go out and secure enough financing so we could survive this no matter how long it takes. And then we have to your question, start thinking about what is the future? What does it look like? How do we prepare for it? What will 2021 be like? What kind of protocols will we be operating under, et cetera, et cetera. So 2021 is a very hard year to say this is what it's going to be like. And we'll get into a little bit what I think might happen. And I'm very positive on the long-term future of Seattle, of the cruise industry, which here in Seattle is mostly directed towards what happens in Alaska, and I'm very, very bullish, but I cannot predict when exactly all that's going to happen. So we can only prepare for it and take the steps necessary to ensure that we survive into that.
No, some really interesting points that I want to return to there, Stein. But before we do, Ben, you mentioned business travel, that you just don't see that coming back nearly as quickly as leisure, and I think that's really interesting. What do you attribute that prediction to, and how are you thinking about business travel in the foreseeable future?
I think what we're seeing is companies are putting policies in place to try and keep their employees safe, right? So they don't want them traveling, and even other companies they're traveling to have policies along safety. So there is in the short term this need to keep your employees safe and to keep just a sense that we're not through this pandemic, so let's be extremely cautious. So there's that cautiousness that I think prevents business travel to bounce back right away. I think, and this is a good thing for some companies like Microsoft, but the explosion of virtual meetings and I will confess, we've never used them at Alaska before this pandemic. And I'll say, unfortunately, they're a little bit better than I thought they would be. Not the same than have in-person meetings, just to be honest. And I do have a rule that if we're going to be on a virtual meeting, I like to have cameras on, or it's just a conference call. So I tell people, hey, let's have cameras on so I can see you. But I think the strength of those platforms of Teams and Zoom, I think are having companies rethink how much business travel is necessary. This work from home, I think this work from home is going to transform cities. Now that, cities were exploding, I talked to a lot of people who are thinking moving out of cities, moving into, lower cost of living areas. So I think work is going to transform a little bit because of this. And maybe that was coming, but this thing is just, lit the fuse. So I think there's a transformation in terms of how business will work. I do think face-to-face is going to be necessary. You can only do so many virtual meetings. And I think we're using the equity of existing relationships right now with virtual, so as you meet new people, and you miss all that little banter you have before a meeting, how was your weekend, how are your kids, and all that stuff. And so, those are the little nuggets you miss, but I think that's how it transforms. And so I don't think it'll come back as strong, at least for maybe 24 months.
I'm sure the airlines never anticipated being in competition with Microsoft.
No, and they're a wonderful company, but it's, I never would have thought. I never heard of Teams before this happened.
Well, there you go. It's been a good branding moment for them. Stein, the cruise industry obviously got some bad press at the beginning of all of the pandemic, and there were a couple of really scary situations on a couple of cruise ships. What messaging do you think needs to happen when we start to reopen cruises to help overcome some of that?
Well, in the early stages of this, Emily, there was complete lack of knowledge and understanding of what it is we were dealing with. We had all the reports about the virus coming out of Wuhan, China, and people were literally freaking out over it. And we had ships out there where we had our normal group of guests on board, which ranges from young couples to elderly people. And once a couple of outbreaks happened and ports were shunning the ships and we had no place to go, and you're drifting out there, you don't know what the control measures are, you don't know at that time about the benefit of social distancing, the wearing of masks. It was very difficult. And now, 6 months, 7 months into this, we have learned so much. We are so much better prepared. We understand this. Vaccines are around the corner. The trials that are now ongoing are very encouraging. So even though there's some infrastructure issues around distribution and mass manufacturing and what percentage of people will take the vaccine when it's here, it's still some uncertainty around that. We know that we can control it through vaccines. We know we can now, for the most part, except for the most vulnerable in society, we know we can handle it from a therapeutics. We understand the need for the spacing, the social distancing, the wearing of masks. So right now we're managing it. Society is managing it towards an outcome, right? But we don't know exactly when that will be. So the messaging to our guests is relatively simple, because our guests are looking forward to coming back. To Ben's point about business versus leisure, if you look at demand for cruises in the future, it's quite solid. People want to come back. Cruisers, 30 million of them every year, love that vacation, love that experience, like the value that we have, the product that we have. So I'm not concerned about the demand, and I'm not concerned about sort of the lingering image that you're referring to, because we have moved so far into understanding this particular virus and how to practically handle it. So to me, I think it's more of our business, the cruise business, sort of following when society has established the protocols for us to go forward, and we have all the medical supporting it, then I think we'll be in a whole different situation.
I want to ask you both this question because it sort of relates to both of your businesses. You know, some of the discussion has been that you're just not going to be able to pack as many people into a small space. So at what point is it not financially viable to run a cruise ship or run a jet without full capacity?
Emily, it's not financially viable now. And we must do it now in terms of what's going on. So, you know, in an airplane, you're in a small metal tube, and we're blocking middle seats. We blocked middle seats to the end of September. We're likely block middle seats right now to the end of November. But a break-even load factor for someone like us is somewhere in you know, to the low mid-70s. And if you block middle seats, that's a third of the airplane. You're at 67% maximum capacity, which you never fill. So the airline business model doesn't work long-term with block middle seats. So the notion of this being a permanent fixture is something that, you know, doesn't work. So in terms of a vaccine, rapid testing, therapeutics, you know, confidence in what's going on, infection rates, us getting through this pandemic is critical, I think, for businesses, whether you want to go watch a football game, theater, movies, you know, restaurants operating at half capacity. The economic model, I'm not sure works unless we're all willing to pay more for those services, which, you know, the airline industry for the last 30 years, what we've done is drive ticket prices down, and so it's difficult.
I fully agree with Ben. You know, there may be a period of time, like Ben is describing, where we have a reduced capacity relative to the total berths that we have on a cruise ship, but over time that will revert. But even during that period of time, I don't think the issue is the capacity. To me, the issue is how do you manage the time that they are on board? What are the critical paths in terms of when the interaction is very close? We know that the vast, if not all of the transmission of this virus is aerosolized. So, you know, if you're very close, you got to wear a mask. If you're eating, you have to have a little bit of distance, and otherwise, if you're wearing a mask and you're just casually walking around on the ship, there should be absolutely no risk associated with that. But as we sort of get comfortable around the restart of our business, when that happens, we will probably see some reduction in capacity just to make sure that that works. And that's actually one of the things we're doing right now in our sister company that is operating ships in Europe, making sure that we have all the protocols, making sure that the capacity gradually goes up so we can learn from that experience. But over time, the business model requires everything that Ben just said to get back to where we were before. But with better understanding and a functioning set of protocols that people will use.
Right, we can be safer. We can be, in terms of making, you know, cleanliness and hygiene and masks when you're close, all those things you talked about, I think the future environment can be better and, you know, and have and have a business model that works.
And I would imagine that passenger compliance is on the rise as well, as more and more people are talking about this and understanding what's expected of them. Am I right about that?
Yeah, you know what? We introduced a no mask, no fly policy, which was tough for us because we're an airline that's based on kindness and caring, and we hate to have these, hey, you don't wear a mask, we're not going to allow you to fly, or we're going to ban you from flying. And you know, we hire our people really not to be enforcers. We invite them for kind, caring service, interaction. So we are banning some people who are not complying, and I think the policy has been in effect for maybe about a month or so, and maybe 80-ish people have been banned from flying because after the warning, we give a yellow card, and well, there's a verbal warning, then a yellow card, and if they still refuse the mask, then unfortunately we're left with no choice because they're putting, at least the people around them feel that they're at risk. So it's not a lot. I would say the vast majority of people are compliant, but the odd few are not, and we have no choice but to take the appropriate action.
You know, it's interesting, in one of the panel discussions yesterday, we were talking about events, and as they start to open up again, would there be almost a code of conduct that you would ask your attendees to sign? And obviously, Alaska's kind of doing that already. What advice would you give, Ben, to, you know, the cruise industry or to other industries that are looking to reopen and want that kind of code of conduct?
You know, we've tried to communicate a lot to our guests in terms of why this is important. And it's not so much only for them, but it's the people around you. So if you're sitting, whether you're at a football game or theater or movie or sitting on an airplane or on a cruise ship, if you're really, really close, at least in the foreseeable future, the way we get through this together as a society is if we wear masks. And I think just, you know, where people's, you know, mental state is about COVID, it's the right thing to do right now. So we're trying to communicate this is for not only for you, but for the comfort of people around you. And so we're trying to be really, really clear and set the expectation. But I'm pleased for the amount of people we've carried in a month and the very few people we banned. Most people will wear a mask. So like I'm actually pretty pleased at the results. It's not there's a vast majority of people, and I know there's things on the news, but the vast majority of people are being compliant.
Great. Well, that's good advice in there. And I just want to remind the audience, please do submit questions. We're going to be taking questions in just a minute here from the audience. But before we do, you know, a lot of what both of your companies do is completely reliant on your partners. You're reliant on the airports, you're reliant on the ports and their policies and how they're handling that. So tell us a little bit about how that relationship has gone through the pandemic and how you're hoping it continues into the future. So
the cruise industry is a fairly sizable industry, globally, over $100 billion of economic activity annually. There are thousands and thousands of partners. Starting with the shipyards that build the ships, the thousands of subcontractors that build all the aspects of a ship, whether it's the ceilings, the lamps, the furniture, the carpets, the architects and designers that design and build these beautiful ships, all the vendors that provide supplies, whether it's food, technical spares, fuel, all the ports, you know, here in Seattle, Steve Metrick and his team at the Port of Seattle that support us, their subcontractors, all the people here locally that supply our ships, whether it's Charlie's Produce or the flower market at Pike's Place or the fuel suppliers. That entire ecosystem for our industry is right now literally shut down. And that is a very concerning thing to the world, quite frankly. So we need to get our business back and operating. So, for instance, when I realized that we would end up not having an Alaska season in 2020, one of my first calls was actually to Steve Metrick, and I think my second call was to Brad Tilden, and basically said, hey guys, I'm terribly sorry, but this is what I'm seeing, and I need you guys to prepare. And they prepare, and you know, obviously you and Brad know that, you know, if we don't have ships going to Alaska, your carry on the West Coast and into Seattle and out of Anchorage and Fairbanks is going to be greatly diminished. So that whole partnership exists on so many levels throughout this ecosystem. So it's symbiotic, it's personal, and it's very meaningful, and it has enormous financial consequences.
Absolutely. And of course, Ben, there's so much that's tied to what you're doing as well.
From our perspective, we looked at the entire customer journey, and because from a guest perspective, they don't see all the individual handoffs that happen, right? And so from the time they have to feel confidence that we're looking after their safety from the time they actually get on a website, book a flight, get a digital boarding pass, get to the airport. And Port of Seattle are just great partners with Alaska. So by the time they get to the airport, do they see signs that there are layers of safety throughout their journey? So even visiting the restroom, Do they see visible signs that that's happening? As they're walking through the airport, signs on the floor for the 6-foot social distancing, like for us in terms of incorporating touchless technology into our journey. As you get through TSA, and then you see hand sanitizer throughout the airport. It's and working with our partners as well. If we have partners that do wheelchair pushing for our, how are our supply, because they see us as one journey, right? So I think it is important for us when we looked at this is the entire journey for the customer needs to have all the layers of safety incorporated in it, from the time they book to the time they get, at least they leave the airport. And so far, I have nothing but praise for the Port of Seattle and our partners.
No, that's great. So we've got a couple of questions here about the protocols that were put in place, and as you're looking forward to the future, what do you see remaining in place? And I want to kind of take that question and expand it a little bit. What innovations have been developed through this process that you anticipate you'll continue to use post-pandemic?
We have a huge innovation team that always looks at technology and innovation for customers, and there was a slight pivot on our innovation team, and we'll continue to innovate. And one of the things is, and I touched on briefly, but just the kiosk interaction. So if you want to get a bag tag, right, before you were like, okay, I get there and I'm touching this kiosk, and and the person before you may have touched it. So we're introducing technology where you just scan a boarding pass, your bag tag gets out, and you're not even having to touch any equipment. Credit card, if you're ordering, and I hope you like our cheese plate on board, but if you're ordering the cheese plate on board with a glass of wine, right? So now we're trying to do the credit card on file. You don't have to take your credit card, give it to the flight attendant, and they swipe it and give it back to you. So can we just charge your credit card? So we're accelerating all those touchless innovation things that we kind of had in queue, but they got accelerated. So that's some of the things that I think we're going to do. And in terms of things that will stay is, I think, in terms of how we clean airplanes. I think new technology was brought in, electrostatic sprayers, and so we're cleaning airplanes on every turn, every touch point. And although we were doing it right now, just the heightened awareness, the auditing of it. So every time you get on an airplane, you'll see that the airplane has been signed off by someone who cleaned that airplane. They will put their name as, I cleaned this airplane to the standard specified by Alaska Airlines. So those are things that we were doing, but the heightened awareness, the diligence behind it is just so much higher and will continue going into the future.
Yeah, that makes sense. How about you, Stein? What innovations have you seen, and what protocols you see being in place?
So again, we are not yet back in operation. So obviously some of this is prospective, and we have, because we are regulated by the Centers for Disease Control under something called the United States Public Health Service, where our ships have to maintain a certain standard and they're inspected randomly by the government on a regular basis.
And that was happening before, right?
That's happened before. So our adherence to and the standards of sanitation that are on the cruise ships, given the large numbers in a relatively confined space, are very high. So clearly, we can look at those. We can tweak them on the here and there. But in terms of how we operate, I'm very comfortable around that. But one of the things that we have in our Princess brand, we have this ocean medallion, which I know you have heard about before, where you basically have a medallion that you can put as a little watch or as a little pendant or a bracelet or just carry in your pocket. And it does all kinds of things, including you approach your door in your cabin and the door opens automatically, and you walk into a bar and they know exactly that's Emily coming in and that she likes a cappuccino at 11 o'clock in the morning, that kind of thing. So we can use that technology to very quickly ascertain what may have happened. Should we have, for example, somebody who is testing positive, we can immediately see where that individual has been, who that individual has been in contact with, immediately go into contact tracing and so forth. So that type of innovation is very good, and we'll be able to do things like that. But again, I want to, there's two aspects to this. One is, what are we doing right now during this period when we're living with COVID as a real problem? And then how are we learning from that and having protocols in place in the future that is just part of our normal standard operating procedures? And a lot of the things that Ben was talking about are things that will benefit all of us into the future, but they won't be specific to COVID. It's just we've learned to become better business. We just said we're going to be a smaller company. I think we'll be a smaller company and we'll continue to grow. We'll take new ships, but I think we've learned from this experience. We can be leaner than we were before. We can do things with more advanced technology. We can innovate, and so learn from this experience. It's the old, don't let a good crisis go to waste. You find the opportunities that are hidden in there and you try to learn from them.
The silver linings, right? I think everybody's looking for those right now. Well, both of you have mentioned that you're going to be smaller companies on the other side of this. So how have the furloughs affected your ability to ramp back up when things do start to open up? Do you think the talent will be there? And what are you doing to kind of prepare for that moment that we all hope is inevitable?
That's a fantastic question because we're right in the middle of it, and actually it's practically finalized for us. And like I said, in January, I was telling people how much we would grow, how many people we'd hire, and 3 months later, we're talking, potential of thousands of furloughs. 20% smaller company, we were 25,000 people. We're planning somewhere in the 5,000 or 6,000 furloughs. So, and that is just a massive amount, and it was one of the last things we wanted to do. But again, we're burning cash, so we had to get our costs under control. The amazing thing, I'll tell you a couple amazing things that have emerged on this is one, what I hadn't anticipated going through this crisis with our people is how much tighter our company is at all levels, from from management all the way to the front line, and we did it by a lot of communicating, again, virtually through webcasts and written communication. And I'm so grateful how tight the company has become, even with 25,000 people, and how understanding and grateful our people are. It was fantastic experience. As we talked through furloughs, we put our labor teams and our union leaders together and say, let's find ways, two things. We know this thing's not going to last forever. We're planning for 20% down, and there's going to have to be a ramp up from the third quarter, fourth quarter, first quarter, second quarter into next year. We need to bring costs down because we're burning cash. How do we do this in a way that we can achieve the needs of the company and have the least impact to employees? And an amazing thing happened. We with the unions, we were able to come up with incentive programs, incentive leaves, where the potential of 5,000 or 6,000 furloughs are well under 1,000, maybe 500 or so, which is fantastic. And this is all people volunteering for leaves, incentive leave programs where they get partial pay. And that gives us the ability, to your point, to bring people back in a measured way. So right now, we actually have a plan from now till summer of 21 and how we would bring people back as we start ramping up capacity. The plan's already in place, and unless something changes on COVID, we would adjust that plan. And we're communicating constantly with our entire company on, hey, here's the plan, here's what we're planning to do, and if it changes, we'll let you know every 30 days, but we're refreshing this plan every 30 days.
Every 30 days, oh, that's interesting. And communicating that.
And communicating. We're on webcasts. I just did one last week, and again, so here's the plan, and here's where we are today, and this thing changes. And, it's a bit of a roller coaster. I keep saying is vaccine, no vaccine, infections up, infections down. But I said, if you keep steady, here's the plan, and we'll update you if things turn for the worse or if things, get better.
Okay.
It's very interesting because Ben is talking about this notion of empathy, right? We had to go through in very, very dramatic fashion having to reduce our workforce. Ben is in a slightly better position than we are because he's operating and he's got some cash coming in, and we're not operating, and we still have all these costs going out. So we had to take fairly dramatic action. I talked about the 80,000 crew members from over 100 countries that we had to literally send home, and they're awaiting, when can we come back? That in itself is a huge issue in terms of logistics and so forth. But here on the West Coast, to bring it closer to Puget Sound, between my offices in Los Angeles and here, I had 4,300 people pre-COVID. Now I have just over 2,000. Half of those that are gone, and the other half are furloughed, waiting to be recalled. Each one of those people have a story. Each one of those people have career ambitions. They have families. They have plans that have been affected by this this virus. And the remarkable thing is, through that process, the empathy that has been shown from not only the people that remain, but also the people that were let go or furloughed, is just extraordinary. People literally call me, text me, write me, and say thank you for trying, thank you for, you know, being human in this process, because we are a business, and the businesses do what they have to do in order to survive. We're trying to survive. We're not operating. But the people part of it, I mean, I'm literally humbled by our people and how they are responding and how they understand it was not their fault. It's not like we were a bad company and we overinvested or we made a bad bet or something like that. It's just something that happened to us. And they understand that, and they're just waiting for the opportunity for us to get back into business and show how much we care, not only about ourselves, but about the traveling public, and how great we feel about the product that we represent. So the human part of this, we talk a lot about the business side and the protocols and, you know, what will travel look like and so forth, but the people part of travel, and the people that make these amazing companies like Alaska Airlines and Carnival Corporation, Princess, Holland America, there's so many untold stories and so many unknown heroes out there.
Absolutely, and I think when we think about our frontline heroes, we immediately think about the healthcare workers, who are, of course, heroes in all this, but there's a lot of people in hospitality and in the airline industry who are on the front lines every day as well. So that's a great point. So I'm curious, and I do want to take some more questions from the audience, so if the audience wants to submit questions, please do so. How does Seattle compare to other parts of the country and other parts of the world? Where are we in this kind of recovery moment? And give us some global context, some local context for the recovery.
You know, my view is we're in a good position with Seattle, actually along the entire West Coast. If you look at the 5 largest companies in the world by market cap, Microsoft, Amazon, Apple, Google, Facebook, they're all on the West Coast. And 2 of them are here in our hometown, and so I think we're fortunate, because I think we'll recover quicker than most, and so I'm very bullish on Seattle, and of course Alaska's network is, we're a West Coast-based airline, so I do think it's going to recover. Like I said, the business side and travel policies, I think in the short term are going to be impactful, but I do think those things are going to thaw out, and I think the West Coast is going to recover quick, so I'm optimistic.
Equally so. Again, back to, you know, I don't know when we will be operating, but we are sitting here in the middle of September of 2020, and the cruise season in Seattle starts more or less around May 1st. So we still have 8-9 months before the cruise season starts. I am an optimist by nature. I believe that come May 1st, there will be ships coming into Seattle. A couple of reasons why I think so. First, we will have hopefully gotten protocols in place that the authorities are comfortable with. We will have gotten to a more advanced stage in terms of the vaccines. We will know more about the therapeutics. We will have more rapid testing. We will have new saliva testing. We will have 15-minute, 5-minute test results. We will be better at contact tracing. We'll be even better at handling if there is an incident. Or so assuming we are operating, I think Seattle and Alaska will be the beneficiary of this, because there will be a ramp up of the global travel. It'll take longer than it normally would, and for Americans who want to travel, what better place to come to than the Pacific Northwest and to see the great majesty of Alaska. So, you know, I can't predict the future, as I said, but I'm pretty optimistic, and I think Seattle and the Pacific Northwest is in a fantastic place for the future of the cruise travel.
Yeah, I've heard a lot of people talking about, well, Seattle was growing so fast before, this just hit pause for a little while. As soon as we start to emerge into a recovery, we're going to be seeing that growth again in a really meaningful way. It's an interesting question here from the audience. Will touchless systems replace a lot of your team members and those human interactions? What's the hospitality approach and vision for the future? I think it's a really interesting question. You know, artificial intelligence is already kind of playing into this a little bit. So, Ben, how are you guys thinking about that?
No, this is a question we get a lot from our people. And I think if I look at the last 20 years of technology, it hasn't replaced really people. I think what happens is, what I see is the role of our frontline changing, especially in the airports. So instead of being very transactional, like you remember that movie with Ben Stiller and where he goes to saying, hey, I want to buy a ticket, and all you hear is banging of a keyboard and for like 3 minutes, and what the heck are they doing? So it's very transactional, right? Whereas if that technology is easy for the customer, our frontline employees can provide better guest service instead of a transactional service, right? So if they're having trouble with a problem that's not related to checking in or something, they're there to help, and they're not waiting in long lines. All the transactional stuff is out of the way, and we can focus on what we want to do, which is deliver great customer service. So that it's a shift and a pivot from transactional to interaction. And of course, with all the COVID stuff, we have to think about how we do that a little bit differently. But that's just how we think at Alaska.
Yes, I don't think that the advances that we're making are anything but enablers. They're just making the experience either better or tweaking it for improvement. Cruising is at its core. It's a very social, it's a very communal, it's an experiential type of thing, and people are part of that. It's that interaction that takes place on a ship, whether it's in how services are delivered, how entertainment is done, how accommodations are prepared, how the food is delivered, the interaction with fellow travelers, with our crew members. So I don't think that there will be a replacement of. I just think technology will continue to further and enhance the experience.
Great. Well, there's a question very specific to the middle seat for you, Ben. But I do want to take that question and expand a little bit. So the question is that I saw recently that Alaska and Southwest have stated that they will continue not selling the middle seat until October 31st. Why did you decide to resume that at that point? And what consumer response do you anticipate? So just one step beyond that question as well, how are you making these decisions and weighing the financial viability of your organization and the health and safety of your passengers?
And that's exactly the latter point you made. So just to answer the question candidly is, we have it until October 31st. We will likely extend it. We're making a decision this week. And a little bit of what Stein and I were saying, it's in response to what's happening today with infection rates with the pandemic, how society is feeling, what's happening in society in general, whether it's in restaurants and there's nobody at football games and so we are matched with kind of society. We're looking at what's going on in vaccines and therapeutics, and that's how we're making the decision. What I will say is I know. And I say this, and I know, do I like sitting beside someone in the middle seat? Of course not. I'm sure people would say, I wish they never fill the middle seat. And I'll just go back to our previous point. Our business model, there's no airline business model that works if you're only selling 2/3 of the airplane. And so there's got to be a place where we get beyond, but we're going to wait till things improve from a COVID-19 perspective and from vaccines, therapeutics, and testing, so that people feel confident that we can start filling the plane again. And so it's a great question. We're going to actually make those decisions measured. We're not going to say, hey, all the way out here, but we'll push it out every couple of months to see how things evolve.
I think that's a great point, and I think everybody who's ever flown has wished that the middle seat isn't filled, right? I mean, like that's.
Yeah, you almost groan, right? The person comes, oh God, that person, and I will show up at the last minute, right? I'm always the last minute guy that gets on, and I know that person's so happy because and I show up and they're like, yeah.
Yeah, we've all had that moment. This is an interesting question from the audience. In addition to the protocol changes that you've made, are there any fundamental changes to airplane design or ship design? I'm going to expand this to you, Stein, that you've implemented or plan to implement to reduce infection risk?
I would just start on airplanes today. And we've done a lot of communicating. I hope people have seen it, but the air quality on the airplanes is actually really good. The air gets exchanged with fresh air about every 3 minutes. Air doesn't just flow like from front to back this way. Air gets pushed from the top and all the way to the bottom. And so it's a 50-50 mix of fresh air and recirculated air, and it gets changed with every 3 minutes. The HEPA filters capture 99.99%, including COVID-19 bacteria. So the air on airplanes, and if you look at our experience that we've been flying for all these months, we've been operating, you haven't seen outbreaks of COVID-19 on airplanes. And our crews who are on the front line, with all the safety protocols, our infection rates are well below the industry average or the country's average. So I feel good about what we're doing, but there is stuff that OEMs are working on, things like light utilization, UV light, I think is promising.
Would that be built into the plane itself?
I mean, they're looking at a lot of things, especially in the lavatory, for example, right? Is there a way of disinfecting lavatories all the time? Because it's one of the things where people feel like if you feel like you're going to catch something, it's going to be in the lavatory, of course, and on a long flight. So is there a way of doing it? So, it's that type of thing. So there's a lot of effort being put into that.
So ships are they're built a very long time period in the design process. By the time you start a prototype of a ship to that ship being delivered, you're talking about 4 years. Wow. If you have a sister ship, you can build the ship in 2 years. And if you have a series of ships, you can probably get it down to 1 a year or something like that. But ships have a very long lead time. Now, the things we're talking about in terms of airflow and the type of filtration, UV lights, those type of things are already in existence. We have that as part of the standard protocol on ships, again, because we are a very regulated industry and we have to have these type of sanitations because we know we're dealing with large numbers. Ben carries a lot of people, but he doesn't carry a lot of people on each plane. It's just he has a lot of planes and they fly around to different places, but I don't know, what do you have, 150 people or something like that on your average plane? We have ships that carry more than 5,000 people guests, plus another 1,300 crew members, so over 6,000 people, and they're not on for 3-4 hours, they're on for several days. So the standards by which our ships are designed, the standards we have, the protocols we have to have in place, the sanitation that we have to have, is at a level that is very high. So what we again are doing is we're looking at how can we take that and make it even better, whether it's in retrofitting existing ships or put it into the new ship design. But the ships that we're taking delivery of now were literally started to be designed 3-4 years ago. And I assume it's somewhat similar in the airline industry too, right? You can't really change overnight the design of an airplane.
So a question specific to the port, as both of you are large port customers, what should the leaders of the Port of Seattle and ports around the country and the globe be prioritizing in terms of capital spending right now, both at the airport and on the maritime side?
So, we've already begun discussions several months ago with Steve and our Port of Seattle partners, and one of the things that we said, we're in financial crisis. We're still burning through cash. Alaska Airlines will probably burn through over $1 billion this year of cash. $1 billion with a B. So what we're working with the port is we need to work together so that airlines are healthy. Airlines are financially healthy so that we can invest in these large capital projects. But it doesn't mean that we want to suspend them. It's an issue of prioritizing which capital projects still need to go, because we are still bullish on Seattle is the prime hub of Alaska Airlines, and we had congestion issues before. There were too many people getting bused to a hard stand for a flight, and so there's still, all those projects are still all valid. The question is prioritizing them, and maybe they move to the right a little bit, but how do we prioritize them, recapitalize, and make sure that that we're working together in terms of how to best lay them out in the next few years. Like for us, for example, the international arrivals facility, we're excited about it because we're now going to be full-fledged One World members in the first quarter of next year. So we're extremely excited about that. We're working with American Airlines as a partner. We're bringing 3 new international flights, one to Shanghai, one to London, one to Bangalore in India. So first flight out of Seattle to India. And so we are working hard, again, to get commerce, moving again. But that international facility and how we work together so that our customers can connect easily and seamlessly from maybe the North Satellite to the A Satellite easily is going to be important for us.
So we are one of the port's larger customers. The Port of Seattle in 2019 carried over 1 million cruise passengers through its port, in and out. We have been cruising in the Port of Seattle for well over 20 years. This past year, the Port of Seattle had 213 cruise ship calls. Each one of those cruise ship calls generates $2.5 million of direct economic activity. And then you have the economic multiplier. The fact that they fly in on the Benz airplanes, that they take the Uber ride, downtown, they stay in a hotel, et cetera, et cetera. In 2020, none of that happened, right? So what the port, and Steve and his team knows this, of course, they need to understand that this is a temporary blip, and they should not lose sight on the importance of preparing for the future, because there is a future. There's a great future ahead, and right now we're all hunkered down, and all the stuff that is happening that is also sort of related to this. We've had the economic upheaval, we've had societal unrest. Here on the West Coast, we've had these massive wildfires. The jokes are, what's coming next, right? But there is a very bright future ahead. And the Port of Seattle had great ambitions in terms of what they were going to do with Pier 46 and a fourth cruise terminal here. Now that's on hold, and that's an absolutely rational thing to do, to put it on hold. But it will be back, and it'll be back great, and it'll be back in full force. I can't tell you whether it's in 21 or 22 or 23, but it'll be back. And big infrastructure decisions are not made based on what's happening right now. It's made on a predictable future, based on trends. And if you look at all those trends, they all point to a very, very solid future. So the port just needs to do the things that are necessary right now to get through this, and then continue to plan for the future in that respect.
And we're going to hear from the port very shortly and talk to them a little bit about exactly that, Stein. So thank you for setting that up. There's a question about whether you're testing your crews, which I would assume it's at least at some level you are. How are you, Ben, since you have been operating through this entire thing, how are you handling the privacy concerns, the testing, and basically just how are you operating with your team right now to keep them safe, and what advice would you give to companies that are considering reopening or reopening offices?
I think right now we're trying to do everything we can to make sure our employees are safe when they go to work, their environment is safe, and give them all the protective equipment to make sure they're safe and their environment's safe. Just like we did here in the building, as you come in, you get your temperature tested, so we're doing all of that. I think this issue of testing is critical for anything we do. If we could, there's no rapid testing today that you can give to a crew or give to someone who wants to, go watch a football game to say, hey, take this saliva test, and in 5 minutes we can tell you whether you have COVID-19. I think this is the critical thing that if it were available, it would change everything. Because you would know that if you got on an airplane, you got on a ship, everyone got tested right before, nobody's got it, you're good to go. The level of confidence people have and say, oh, look, I'm sitting beside, even they're in the middle seat beside me, I know they don't have COVID-19. And so right now, it's one of the things I'm hopeful that something like this comes out, because I think this is kind of one of the things that, again, shifts the playing field a little bit for everyone. And I think there are a lot of promising tests out there. I think this could be, as the vaccines come out later, the testing could be, one of those things that help us get this thing started.
I know personally, if everybody was being tested before they got on the plane, I personally would feel better about it. Yeah,
yeah,
absolutely,
of course.
That makes sense.
It makes a lot of sense. So so let's cross our fingers.
Absolutely. Well, we just have a few minutes left here. Are there any kind of last thoughts that you'd like the audience to come away with today in terms of the state of aviation and cruise?
Well, I'll just almost echo what I just said, because I am very optimistic, and I'm getting up there at a point in life where I've seen a few things, I've been through a few things, I've experienced both challenges and fantastic successes. So I have a little bit of a measured view of this. This is terrible. 2020 is an awful year. The devastation the impact that it's had, the tragedies cannot be minimized. But it is a point in time, and we will move on from this. And there are so many learnings from this, and there are so many things that will come out of this that will make us better. And when you look at trends, the mega trends that are out there, I just continue to be incredibly optimistic. I'm optimistic about this area, optimistic about the future of travel, the communal aspect of travel, the great experiences that are out there, the beautiful world that we live in, the opportunities to travel on great airplanes, to go and see great destinations or visit wonderful cruise ships. I'm an optimist. We're going to get through this.
I love it. How about you, Ben?
Same on the similar lines. I think our view is, I think there are people who are flying today and have no issues flying. There are people that are on the fence that are just not sure. They maybe want to dip their toe in, and those who absolutely will not want to travel unless there's a vaccine or there's something that gives them 100% confidence, like testing. What I would tell everyone is, Alaska will be here. We'll be here for our customers, and every time I talk to our people, they can't wait to have more people come back. They want to share their kindness and their caring and welcome people back when they're ready, and we'll be here, and hopefully it'll be sooner rather than later.
That's great. Well, thank you both so much for your candor and your insights and your optimism. I mean, that's just so great to hear, and I think we all need to hear it right now. Stein Cruz, Ben Minicucci, thank you so much for being here today.
Thank you, Emily. Thank you, Ben.
Thank you, Stein. Thank you, Emily.
And stick around. We're going to be hearing from the Port of Seattle, and we're going to get a state of the port starting at 11 o'clock with Port of Seattle Commissioner Stephanie Bowman, Port of Seattle Managing Director of Aviation Lance Little, and Port of Seattle Executive Director Steve Metrick. So we'll look forward to that. We'll see you soon. Hello and welcome back. We're thrilled to have you with us today. I'm Emily Parkhurst. I'm the president and publisher of the Puget Sound Business Journal, and we are going to kick off our discussion on the state of the port. Really important conversation that we're going to have today, and I'm really excited to introduce our guests for this session. So please join me in welcoming Port of Seattle Commissioner Stephanie Bowman. Great to have you, Stephanie.
Thank you.
Port of Seattle Executive Director Steve Metrick. It's great to see you, Steve.
Good to see you, Emily.
And Port of Seattle Managing Director of the Aviation Division, also known as SeaTac, Lance Little. Great to have you, Lance.
Thank you, Emily. Great to be here.
Well, let's kick this off. Commissioner, I was going to ask, how is the port doing through all of this? But I think one of the important ways to start off is, why does it matter how the port is doing? How is the port connected to this region's economy?
Emily, that's a great question. I would start with saying that the port provides essential services to the economy, even though most people don't see it. And the port, let's take our maritime division, for example, allowed people to shelter in place. They are able to purchase their goods on Amazon, stay at home, because our workers came to work every day. Whether it was our longshore workers on the docks, whether it was our truck drivers, those working in warehouses, they provide the essential infrastructure in order for people to stay at home and do their jobs. So I would say that the port has provided those essential services and essential workers from day one. In addition to that, of course, we have our airport, which is key to our region's economy and our regional success. So the airport, under Lance's great direction, has continued to operate 24/7. Most people don't realize that, but all of our services happen 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, no matter whether a pandemic or an earthquake or any other natural disaster. So that's why we're essential to the economy.
So the desks that I've been buying for my home office and my family's home office, they're all coming through the port, right?
They're all coming through the port. They're coming across our docks, and our workers are part of the chain that brings it to your home.
Fantastic. Well, Steve and Lance, I'll throw it to you. So give us a state of the port. How is the port and the industry doing? I'll start with you, Steve.
Thank you, Emily. Well, the first thing to start off with is, based on your last panel, is the impact on the cruise industry. The cruise industry brings $900 million of economic impact to the region, and that has been zeroed out. So with that, first it started out as Stein was talking about, we didn't know the impact on cruise, but then it turned out we ended up canceling the entire season for us in the Pacific Northwest, an impact across that. So that impacts the revenues for the port, but it also impacts all of those small businesses and all those businesses and everyone who supports the cruise industry here, including the travelers that come through the airport and everything else. 1.2 million passengers coming through in those two. It's a huge economic impact on that. So that's number one. And then you look at the rest of the impact for us on the cargo side. Of course, that's done through the Northwest Seaport Alliance, as Commissioner Bowman was talking about that. The impact on that, it's a very complex situation. You already had the trade issues with China going on before the pandemic. So it's that whole thing of 2020, how are we being impacted? And this was the next thing to come, was the pandemic after the trade issues. And so right now, talking with the Seaport Alliance, overall cargo is down 17% July to July, and for the whole year, it's down 18% on that. But there's complicating factors in there too. So even though they're down, as Commissioner Bowman was saying, demand is up. So for goods coming in from China, but of course China, they were impacted first by the virus, so they didn't have factory workers. And then after that, the demand was low. And then when the supply is there, our demand was down, but now it's rising again. So it's a very complex situation related to cargo. And then, of course, we have a very diverse portfolio. We have the fishing industry. The fishing industry, the North Pacific supporting the Bristol Bay fishery, we're 1/3 of that fishery. We're doing pretty good. There have been individual reports of the pandemic on ships, but those are on individual ships. But overall, the industry has adjusted. So instead of restaurants getting orders for seafood, it's individuals. And so in some cases, selling right off the boats to individuals. So overall, they're doing okay. And then one side also is on the grain industry. The grain industry is actually up. Demand for China for U.S. grain is up. So our exports of grain are up as well. And overall on our recreational boating, that just continues on in as far as that. So overall, we have a lot of things going on, a lot of negative impacts, but some positives as well.
Well, I have to say that my family has been, I feel like, single-handedly supporting the fishing industry by purchasing from, I think it's Anthony's over on the Magnolia Bridge. It's one of the best kept secrets in town, by the way, if you're looking for fresh seafood. Steve, one of the things that you mentioned I want to drill down on just briefly is about the cargo. I thought that was really interesting that you said demand dipped a little bit and is starting to come back, because it seems like everybody's ordering a million things online. How are you tracking that?
Well, I have to say, again, that's the Northwest Seaport Alliance that does that under the leadership of John Wolf. But I think they just have to see how that works out, because the demand, but overall how it affects, the other effects of the trade issues with China. So you have to see how those played out. But demand is rising. It's a changing thing. But to date, it's down 18% to the year to date.
Interesting. Okay, Lance, well, tell us a little bit about the airport and how you're faring through all of this.
Just before I talk about how we're faring, maybe just add on to what Commissioner Bowman and Steve said about the economic relevance of the airport itself. The airport has a $22.5 billion annual impact on the region, 150,000 jobs the airport account for. 19,000 of those jobs are actually at the airport, and over 430 million in state and local income taxes. So a major economic engine for the region. In terms of how we're doing relative to April of this year, when we were down 95% in traffic, we're doing extremely well. But relative to this time last year, in 2019, we're down, right now we're down about 60%. So that's a significant dip. But again, the positive side is that the traffic that we're seeing now, which is, we're tracking the number of people coming through, for example, our security checkpoints, and we're in the maybe 16 to 19,000 passengers coming through a checkpoint. To put that into perspective, typically at this time of the year would be about 60,000 people. That's coming through the checkpoint. However, relative to April, we were down about 2,800 passengers coming through the checkpoint. So again, relative to April, very good, but relative to last year, not so well. On the cargo side, as Steve mentioned, that's a really interesting mix. Overall, we're down 1.6% in cargo. But if you look at domestic versus international, domestic is up about 11.9%, almost 12%, right? As Commissioner Bowman said, everybody's sitting at home, you're ordering stuff, it's coming through the port facilities, and the airport is one of those facilities, so very interesting. International cargo, on the other hand, is down about 28%, and that's because a lot of the international cargo actually goes in passenger airplanes. We call it belly cargo. And a lot of those flights are not happening, are not taking place right now. And that's why we're seeing that significant decline in international cargo. But domestic cargo has actually increased relative to the same time last year. So that's a very interesting fact.
So when the international travel starts back up again and we're allowed to kind of go to some of these other countries, you anticipate the cargo volume will also increase?
Definitely. There are companies right now, one of them is a shellfish company, that I think they're struggling to get their produce overseas, because those typically not go on freighter, they actually go on belly cargo in passenger airplanes. And we have 37 routes that we would typically have for international flights. We're just at about 14 right now, so it's building back up. It was down to almost 0 in April. So we're seeing some of the international flights come back, and as the restrictions, and the 14-day quarantine, as some of those are lifted, I think we'll see more and more international flights coming back.
Lance, I know we have a couple of slides to share. You were talking about passenger volume. How does the drop compare to previous?
Yes. Sessions? So thanks, Emily. So as you can see, we thought 9/11 was probably the worst thing that could ever happen to the aviation industry. And then when the Great Recession happened, we thought, well, this is the worst thing that could happen to the aviation industry. But as you can see from the chart, the pandemic, the COVID-19 pandemic, is actually worse than both of those events combined. As you can see, last year we had almost 52 million passengers coming through the airport. This year, we're going to struggle just to get to 20 million passengers, and that's because of the pandemic. If you could just go to the next slide real quick as well. So this shows the number of passengers coming through our security checkpoint. As you can see, in April, we went all the way down to 28. So literally, there was nobody at the airport. You could roll a bowling ball through the airport, and you would hit nothing at all. And the reason why it's important, as Commissioner Bowman and Steve point out, is the economic impact at the airport. There are almost every tenant within the airport. You had Ben earlier with Alaska Airlines, but the airlines or taxi drivers or rent-a-car companies, airport dining and retail, they all rely on passengers coming through the airport. So when there's no passengers, for example, or airport dining and retail, they have to close and people don't have jobs. And so there's a major impact when passengers are not coming through the airport.
Absolutely, and then you've got all the vendors in the airport who are reliant on that. A lot of them are local small businesses, right, which have been hit particularly hard. Well, thanks for those numbers, those slides. I feel like are so telling, Lance. So appreciate your sharing those with us, Commissioner. I'm sure it was a very overwhelming task to develop a recovery strategy from something like this, something that's just been so decimating to the business. So what's been the Commission's approach to that strategy?
That's a great question, Emily. Thank you. I'd say, first of all, we've been focused on recovery from day one. To put this in a little bit of context, somebody mentioned on the previous panel, we were aware of COVID-19 back in December. While most of the United States hadn't focused on it, it was coming through our seaport. And by coming through our seaport, what I mean by that is that the factories in China, as Lance had mentioned, were starting to shut down as the virus was spreading through China. So we were already seeing the impact then. I started asking questions in late January and early February. Are we getting concerned about passengers? And I remember distinctly the CDC saying there is very low risk to Americans for this virus. In fact, we had that on our website for quite a while because we were listening to what the CDC said. So, but we have been aware of it. As it started to come into the United States and into Washington in particular, we started focusing on what is it going to take to bring back our businesses. And I want to give my executive director a lot of credit here. This conference today and over the last few days was actually an output of a meeting that we had the third week of March, I believe, Steve, with John Oppenheimer. And one of the conversations was, how do we get the Puget Sound to think about recovery? Everybody was sort of hunkered down, worried about staying in place, thinking about how are we going to get through the next 24 hours. We were already thinking about how do we start to bring businesses back. So as we started to think about that, the two things that we focused on the Port Commission in particular, is number one, keep people working. Keep people working means keep our employees working, and our executive director did a wonderful job of making the necessary cuts, but we have not made any furloughs or layoffs to date. We're one of the only public agencies that has kept everybody working. I'm really, really proud of that. But keeping people working also means keeping projects going at the airport. And so we have over $2 billion in construction projects right now. Every time somebody shows up to work to do one of those construction projects means they've got a paycheck. And so they're able to, while maybe their spouse is laid off, at least they've got some money coming in to pay rents, to make their car payment, to do those things. So that was first and foremost what we thought about on the Port Commission, is keep people working. The second thing is invest where others aren't. And so by that, we were looking at what are other agencies and businesses doing, and most weren't doing anything, or some were doing very short-term tactical things. The cities and the state were doing short-term loans or short-term grants to businesses, $5,000, $10,000. Those were helpful in the moment, but I think we all realized as the pandemic continued, those are really Band-Aids. And so we started looking at how can we, again, help the recovery. So we made a decision, for example, to invest $1.5 million in the state's tourism recovery efforts. That is essentially the entire budget for the state of Washington's tourism industry for the entire year. And the Port of Seattle doubled that. We're not ready yet to bring tourism back to the Puget Sound, but as we have our industries ready to go. They've got the marketing dollars ready, they have a strategy in place, and so again, we're looking at where others aren't willing to put their money. The Port of Seattle wanted to do that.
yeah, get it in people's minds now so that when we can travel again, this is the first place they want to go.
Yeah, absolutely. What we don't want is for them to wake up and all of a sudden have made plans because Montana or Idaho or California, those other states have already been in front of us in terms of bringing people back. And so we really want to think about, again, how to get these people working again. That's the most important thing.
You have to be facing a really difficult budget season and planning for that. You just talked about, Commissioner, about not making cuts. As you look into the future and as you do the budget planning, how is that going to look? Will there be cuts?
Well, certainly there were cuts, and I'll let Steve talk about those. But in terms of employees, we didn't make any cuts in 2020. Looking forward, we're going to be more surgical, I think is maybe the best word for it. When you look at all of our different industries, as Lance and Steve mentioned, we have the Seaport Alliance, which manages the marine terminals in Seattle and Tacoma. We have SeaTac International Airport, Fisherman's Terminal. We've got our grain terminals. We have our cruise business. So we have a really diversified portfolio of businesses. And I say that only that we have a lot of data that's coming in. What's happening with the cruise industry? What's happening with aviation? What's happening with marine cargo? And so we're taking all of that in and trying to figure out where are these different industries going to go and planning from there. I will say that I think our staff has done a really good job of making contingency plans, looking at what, for example, a 60% cut at the airport and passengers looks like. Is it 40%? Is it 20%? So we're going to be pretty surgical in terms of the budget, but I will say one of the priorities that the Commission has is making sure that we are investing, again, where others aren't, and that's really through an equity lens, looking at those communities in Puget Sound that are hurting most. And so we have 2 examples of that. The South King County Fund, which is $1 million fund, actually it's $10 million over 10 years, but $1 million fund this year to invest in communities in South King County that we know have been hit hardest by the pandemic. The second is what we have called the Opportunity Initiative, which is where we invested a little over $1 million to hire 250 youth over the summer. And I'm pretty proud of that. While others were laying people off, we provided 250 jobs for the most needy youth in our community.
That's fantastic. What a great story to be able to tell. Steve, did you have anything that you wanted to add to that sort of budget discussion and how you're thinking about next year?
Sure. Because really, I'm just smiling because I'm in the middle of budget season, as most businesses are now, because you're really looking at what we're doing in 2020 and then how that plays out in 2021. And I think the principles and the priorities and the principles set up by the Commission has really guided us, and Commissioner Bowman just was talking about those. It's a balanced approach to that. We deliver essential services both through the airport and the seaport, but it's important for us to make sure the continuity of those as we go forward. So for us, we took some immediate action. So just have to say that is early on, because with the uncertainty, we're in a storm. We don't know how long the storm is going to last, and we had to take some emergency actions, which included hiring freezes. We cut all discretionary spending, all non-required training, non-required travel, and those kind of things. So we really constrained our spending in order to do that, and that helped us out. I mean, financially, we were in a pretty good position because we were planning for large capital investments. But we really reduced our spending in 2020, and that's really served us well. But that's laid the framework for our plans, which we'll present later this year to the Commission. But we have to have a balanced approach to that too, which means we have to continue those essential services, but also our work with the community of delivering programs for the community as well as that economic engine. So we're in that, looking at that now, but there's so much uncertainty that we're really conservative, that we are, we're trying to be flat on our flat on our pay, no pay increases for our salaried employees going into 2021, but that's a necessary measure because you want to be more conservative, and then you can always do that. But if we had to cut back, that would mean furloughs or layoffs out of the block because you have no room to maneuver. So we're developing those budgets now. We're looking at capital investment. We reviewed all of our capital investments, our ongoing projects in 2020, making sure they went ahead safely and making sure health measures were in place on those, because that's important, because that's the future, is the infrastructure that we refresh or that we build new, and especially at the airport and throughout the port. Those are key things that we do. So those are going on. We're considering those, our 5-year capital investment plan, in light of COVID, and making sure we have the long view. Just like I think Stein Cruz mentioned earlier, you don't want to be caught in this on long-term investments where it takes long-term projects to come to fruition, but you need to review everything with a zero-based approach to see what you're getting as a result of those investments through the budget process. So anyway, that's something that obviously that may be a little bit long-winded on the budget, but it's very important because it leads where we're going in the future.
Well, I do want to talk a little bit about some of the capital improvement things that you're doing. Go ahead, Steve.
I'm sorry. One of the most important things that I'm sorry, I mentioned it, is one of the projects that Stein mentioned, we had to put on pause because of the uncertainty related to cruise. That was a large investment for us that we thought was going to be needed in the future, but we put that on pause because of the uncertainty. That just shows the example that we're reviewing all of our projects that doesn't make sense. Sorry about that.
No, that's great. That's a great point. And obviously, the hope is that when the cruise industry does start to come back, that project will continue. Lance, the airport obviously is in the midst of a major capital improvement plan. It still feels like everything's kind of under construction there. How did the pandemic affect those plans, and how are you moving forward?
Well, as Steve said, we had to have a balanced approach. The airport budget is driven primarily by forecast in terms of enplanements, number of people coming through the airport, forecast in terms of cargo, and forecast in terms of operations, number of takeoff and landings. So we have a business intelligence team that have done a very good job so far forecasting. However, it's something we're going to be monitoring as we go along. We're anticipating that the full recovery may take maybe 3 years. We don't know. But what we're doing, we're going to be monitoring our budget on a quarterly basis, and we're going to make the adjustments, right? It's not business as usual. If enplanement goes up, we may have to add to the budget. But if enplanement goes down, we may have to pull back on some of the stuff that we have. The major capital development projects, there are some of the major ones, such as the International Arrivals Facility that we're continuing with, the North Satellite project, which is primarily used by Alaska. That's adding an additional 250,000 square foot to that facility. The International Arrivals Facility is a new 450,000 square foot facility. The importance of continuing with those capital development projects, as Commissioner Bowman said, is the economic impact. There are literally hundreds of jobs that are associated with those projects, and the fact that we're continuing those projects actually meet several needs. One, we're going to meet the needs of the passenger when that traffic comes back, but in the meantime, we're continuing those jobs. And it's not just the jobs at the airport itself. There are suppliers that depend on those jobs, and there are the folks who work on those jobs. They go to restaurants, so there's the indirect and induced impact of those jobs. So it's very important that we continue with some of those projects. We have also the silver lining in the cloud is that we have found ways to actually accelerate some of those projects because of the reduction in traffic. So there are certain sections of the airport that we can shut down, for example, gates that we can shut down to accelerate the projects whereas we couldn't do that when we're at peak traffic. So there are several capital development projects that we are moving forward with, and there are others that is going to be deferred until next year. So it's a really delicate balancing act as we try to ensure that we continue, as Commissioner Bowman said and Steve said, to be the economic engine with the region and to keep some of these important jobs going. But these projects are also, we're playing catch up because we've always been behind the curve in terms of the facilities that we need to meet the needs of the growth that's taking place in the Puget Sound region. And this pandemic, ironically, has given us an opportunity to catch up with some of these projects.
Yeah, so a little bit of a silver lining there. You know, certainly the Bell Harbor Conference Center is the same thing, right? You know, they were able to redo this space, and I have to say it is stunningly beautiful. They did a beautiful job, and were able to shut down to do that. So I think that's a really interesting point, Lance. So we have an interesting question here from the audience, and it's a good reminder to our audience, if you do have questions for our wonderful panel today, please do submit them. So how has the pandemic changed how you do business and your partnerships? And are railroads and train traffic up during the pandemic? Have you had collaboration with other ports along the West Coast? What's that communication like? Commissioner, I'll throw it to you first.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and tackle that with the Northwest Seaport Alliance. So first of all, I'd say we have a lot of collaboration with ports along the West Coast, LA, Long Beach, Oakland, and Seattle, and Portland. And so where we've been sharing information about what's happening, again, as I mentioned earlier, we saw the pandemic back in December, so we were already anticipating the declines. Things have somewhat stayed the same in the sense that Canada continues to be, for Seattle-Tacoma, our #1 competitor, Vancouver, British Columbia, and the Delta ports. We are seeing more train traffic, but there's a significant amount of train traffic going up to Canada now. And so we are vitally concerned about that. The Canadian government is making huge investments in their West Coast ports. So that continues to be an issue that we're facing, which in fact is one of the major reasons why we collaborated with the Port of Tacoma to form the Northwest Seaport Alliance. As consumer demand continues to increase, we want to make sure that that cargo is coming into our home ports rather than going up to Canada and having to come down through the borders.
Yeah, that makes sense. I have to ask you, Steve, are you talking to your counterparts in other ports? How are they thinking about the recovery?
Well, let me just say, because primarily it's a little different with cruise, because cruise is different because we have been talking with the ports in Alaska. I don't know if those are the Alaskan itinerary with Canada is the highest demand itinerary that there is for cruise perhaps on many people's bucket list to do that. But there's many different players in that, and we had to be talking to them. We had to talk because the state of Alaska is doing something. The national government of Canada is doing things. The province of BC is doing things. So it had much more discussions with our stakeholders on cruise through the ports in Alaska, but also cruise writ large throughout the country, looking at lessons learned and seeing how talking to them about their experience, and of course with other ports here in the Pacific Northwest, including I would say Astoria as well, because they were impacted, and so there were conversations ongoing about those. And we continue, I think, and really with our business and our partnerships, it's more conversations with our partners about the impacts on them. I would just say that in writ large, and we have, I would say in our tenants on the maritime side, not different than the aviation side, we have 200 tenants that we had to have conversations with all of those tenants about their situation and then working with them, whether it be through deferments or lease negotiations that we've had. So lots of conversations with all of our partners.
No, that's a great point. I have a question about federal funding. I'm curious, what you've received so far, but then also, do you anticipate that there will be additional support moving forward?
I'll let Lance talk about the big one that's...
Well, yes, so just when the pandemic started, that was one of the focus of the airports was to actually get federal funding. We saw, at the time, the industry estimated that we needed $10 billion. To weather the storm, the COVID storm.
That's billion with a B.
With a B. And so we fortunately got $10 billion in the first CARES package. The industry has actually re-evaluated, and we're seeing now that we actually needed $23 billion. So for the next CARES package, we're trying to get an additional $13 billion. It's not looking so good right now, but we're still trying. We're working with Airport Council International and American Association of Airport Executives, and we're lobbying. We're working very closely with our congressional delegation that have been extremely supportive of us. We were fortunate to get $10 billion. Our airport, we got $192 billion. It was a whole lot. It went a long way in terms of allowing us to be able to provide relief and assistance, commission-approved relief packages for our airport dining and retail, rent-a-car companies, most of the concessionaires at the airport. However, it was not enough to make up the deficit. We're losing more than $250 million. So it still went a long way. So it would really help us to get additional funding, especially if we see another decline in the traffic. If the traffic continues to grow, we might be okay. But if there's a downturn, again, we're going to have to make some tough decisions going forward. But so far, the $10 billion that we got, the $192 million that we got at SCA Airport was really helpful, not only to us, but to all the tenants at the airports as well.
Let's talk a little bit about innovation. You know, there's been a lot of innovation that this situation has forced companies and organizations to do, whether it's, temperature checks and new technology and different things. For airports, which are on the front lines, that's key. Lance, what have you guys put into place, and what do you anticipate keeping even as the pandemic starts to fade?
So touchless technology is something that we were looking at. We were actually doing. The pandemic has really just accelerated that. There's several touchless technology that we had embarked on that we were exploring. Facial recognition, of course, is one of them. But there are issues and challenges. There's privacy issues, equity issues. Commissioners have established guiding principles and policies that any implementation of facial recognition must adhere to. So we're making sure that happens. There is near-field communication that we're using at the airport. So, for example, Apple Pay, you can come to the airport and pay with stuff without touching anything. There's capacitive sensing devices. If you remember the old stylus, where you have to touch something, but you don't necessarily have to touch it with your hand. You can touch it with a stylus. We're looking at that. We're also looking at voice recognition. One of the challenges that we have looking at the path from someone getting for example, from the garage to an airplane or back is getting into elevators, and you have to touch stuff in the elevator. So we're looking at can we convert our elevators to use voice recognition technology in the third floor, second floor, whatever it is. So we're looking at that. It's going to be very expensive, not something we'll be able to do immediately or to do right now. And then there is cleaning and all the different technologies that we're using to clean. Electrostatic sprayers, we're using that right now. If you come to the airport in the night, you'll see autonomous floor cleaning vehicles just driving by themselves, cleaning the airport. They use artificial intelligence as well as digital imaging to know where to clean within the airport. And we have a device it should have arrived. It's called Casper, and it removes pathogens from the air. So we have to innovate our way out of this pandemic, and we think touchless technology will be the thing. The passengers will expect to be able to go from their vehicle all the way to an airplane without touching anything. And so that's what we're working on.
No, that's really interesting. And I could see, I think somebody, I don't remember if it was Ben or Stein, said that a lot of this stuff was already on the development track when the pandemic hit, and a lot of it got accelerated. So it's really interesting, Lance, to hear you talk about that. What about partnerships? So much of what you do is reliant on your partnerships with frankly, with businesses that you don't entirely control. Think about the taxi industry, and I think about all of the other organizations that the port touches somewhere along the line. How are you managing those partnerships? How are you managing through the pandemic, and where do you see that going in the next year or so?
I'll be glad to start. Just saying is just to add to what I was saying before is that it's made sure that we have to have these conversations all the time, and they're not one conversation because things are changing. Just for example, with some of our partners, the commission took immediate action early on to give them some relief in the form of some deferments on looking on that. And then subsequently, we have done some long-term lease amendments that were appropriate based on the business conditions to do that and adjusting to those. So in some of those measures, it's really having these conversations. This is really hard impact on all of those businesses. I mean, writ large, we've heard throughout this economic recovery about the impact and about that recovery and what that looks like. For different parts, it looks different. And so I think on some of those have come back, and other ones are harder conversations, but it's that's the biggest thing for us, is that we are continuing those conversations with them and seeing what we can do within the authority that we have to do that.
And if I could maybe add to what Steve says, Emily. So we have our Fly Healthy at SCA program at the airport, and we have the recovery effort consists of pretty much every tenant within the airport. One of the charts that I show when I'm doing presentation is how many entities of the airport we have to collaborate with to have a touchless journey from getting to the car, because you have the taxis, you have TNCs, you have our airport dining and retail, you have our janitorial staff, team members, you have the airlines, everybody has to be involved to get this touchless journey. And so we meet once a month, but we have subcommittees, and there's a subcommittee that's focused on health, there's a subcommittee that's focused on technology, another one on policy, another one on cleanliness, etc. And these subcommittees consist of all the various tenants are within the airport. So partnership is extremely important. Our passengers, if you think about the journey coming through the airport, there's CDC, there's Customs and Border Protection, there's TSA. So we have to partner with all of these entities at the airport to ensure that we actually meet the objectives that we're trying to achieve as part of the Fly Healthy at SCA initiative, which is to restore passenger confidence and to restore the confidence of the people who work at the airport.
And I'm going to jump in on just one, and maybe to encapsulate, it's all about communication. It's about talking to our tenants, talking to our community, and learning about what they need right now to get through this. And so, as Lance mentioned, our tenants at the airport, many of them, especially our airport dining and retail tenants, they are completely dependent on passengers coming through. They don't have the opportunity to open up a catering business or add a couple of chairs outside. They need people coming through the airport. So very early on, they were some of the first tenants that we reached out to and said, what can we do to help? That said, all state agencies, like the Port of Seattle, are constricted by the Constitution for lending to public credit. So we can't just say, oh, you don't have to pay rent. So we had to work out pretty intricate deals with each tenant to try and figure out how we can help them through this pandemic and yet still adhere to the state's Constitution. And then we look at the community, and again, our South King County Fund. What do our communities that rely upon port facilities need in order to get through? So it's really about communicating, listening, and then also I would say being willing to do things differently. That's probably the most important thing. I think that we have developed a culture at the Port of Seattle rather than just saying no, saying, let me look at that. And I hear Lance say that a lot, and Steve, taking an idea back and saying, we usually wouldn't have done that, but let's try and figure out a way where we might be able to do that or do it differently.
Go ahead, Steve.
And I'm sorry, just to add to that, Commissioner, there's another group that Lance reminded me when he said that, which is the partners that we work with at the local, in the city of Seattle, or the other cities that impact SeaTac, and at the state level, the county and the state level, and the federal level. I mean, all of those, especially when we're dealing a pandemic, and we have those discussions about crews, we have to involve public health officials, because our main goal with all of our operations is to keep, it's both to keep travelers and the crews and the community safe and healthy. And that's the main thing for us. And part of that is lots of conversations about that.
There's an interesting question here about what strategies you're doing to lessen the health hazards for South King County residents because of air pollution. Obviously, air right now is just unhealthy, and it has nothing to do with you. But I know that that's been something that the port has focused on for a long time, and that there's been a lot of discussions about that over the years. Where are you at in those discussions, and what's the plan moving forward?
Lance, you want to jump in on the START? And
START? So we have START, which is the SeaTac Advisory Roundtable. And the START committee consists of, for the first time, consists of all the key stakeholders. It has the airport, it has the airlines, it has the FAA as well. And the START committee really focuses on we've spoken about all the economic impact of the airport and jobs, et cetera, but the airport also have negative impacts on some of the neighboring communities. There's noise, there's pollution because there's a lot of growth. So START focuses on how can we work together with the airlines, with the FAA, with the neighboring cities, and how can we come up with practical solutions to reduce the negative impact of the airport and the region. And we've made significant strides. We have had some serious challenges, but we have made some significant strides in terms of reducing late night noise. We've made significant strides in terms of reducing the use of the third runway between, say, midnight and 5 o'clock. in the morning. And these are things that I don't think would have happened if we did not have that start group and we did not have the collaboration. And what was important for us is just getting feedback from the community, because there are certain things that we as airport and port employees, we were really focusing on certain things, and the members of the community would say, yeah, but you're just looking at airplane noise. What about noise on the airfield? Things like that. Okay, we need to do a airfield study. So that has been a very important group for us. We've had our challenges because we don't always agree on everything, but we have the same objectives and we're working very closely towards it.
I can add some things specifically on the air pollution side of things. It seems like so long ago, but we did support the ultrafine particulate study of particulates from aircraft. That there, when you look at air pollution specifically, there's many different causes of air pollution. But one of the things that we are doing, Commissioner Bowman mentioned it, which is an equity lens, which we're looking at overlay of different amounts of information that we have, so that we're aware when we make decisions about the impacts of those. And that's part of that. If you look at it, there's different factors. Primarily air pollution, the different sources, many different sources, of course. Trucks are a primary source of that. But looking at that and understanding that is the first step on that as we look at measures, but looking at things in our decisions overall with an equity lens and the impact on those communities, and working with programs to lessen those impacts where we can, and then other strategies to help those communities is how we approach those issues.
Oh, that's great. Well, we only have a couple of minutes left here, and I want to end by asking each of you to tell us what's making you feel optimistic right now? What's giving you hope? Commissioner?
Well, there's a lot of things that give me hope, but I also want to acknowledge, I wouldn't say pessimism, but also concern about the Seattle economy and where we're going. And so I think one thing that gives me hope is that we can have events like this and bring together regional leaders. And I mean that really sincerely, because most people know me, I speak pretty bluntly. There is no greater time than right now to bring together people. We have some major crisis that we need to be addressing. The pandemic is happening to all of us, but here in the city of Seattle, we have things that we need to address. We have the West Seattle Bridge. We have had hardly any conversations about the West Seattle Bridge. In any other year, that would have been front and center. So we need to have regional leadership come together and figure out what the solution is to the West Seattle Bridge, as an example. A second example, we have shuttered storefronts all over Seattle. And if there is anybody that thinks that we can continue to have shuttered storefronts in downtown Seattle and that doesn't affect the regional economy, they're wrong. And maybe more importantly, it affects how the region and the world look at us. And so in order to come back from the pandemic, to get people back to the greater Puget Sound region, we have to think about the image of our city, making it a safe place where people want to come back. I look at our enplanements at the airport. We're around 20,000. We're still quite a bit lower than we normally would, as Lance said, 60%. As we're looking forward over the next couple of years, how do we again make the greater Seattle region the place where people want to come? We know that Seattle is the best place in the entire United States to come in the summer, but we haven't seen those travelers come back. And I think that part of it is hurt by what people are seeing on the national news about Seattle, quite frankly. So this is a time for regional leaders, and the port, I think, is front and center of that conversation, along with the city council, the county council, and our other elected officials to say, what are the region's priorities? And let's focus on that and not get distracted by some of the noise on the outside.
Well, and we're going to talk quite a bit about the tourism industry in just a moment in our next panel. But Steve and Lance, any last thoughts that you want to leave us with?
Yeah, and I do. And actually, I'm going to go back to this previous question, just sitting here on air pollution. I'd be remiss if I didn't talk about the Commission's support for sustainable aviation fuels and the contributions to that in our efforts to support that. But I do, the thing that I'm most, the silver linings, I've been following that and following the whole economic summit here. And it's really that we're much stronger than we thought we were. We faced so much with this. And really, I take that down to our men and women at the Port of Seattle and how they've responded to this and how we continue to deliver those services. That gives me confidence in our resilience to do that. You know, we've faced so many, going to the laundry list, we didn't mention the awakening to the racial inequities that have been going on with Black Americans, and managing all of that, we're still continuing on. So that gives me hope in our resiliency overall, as for us, both within the port, within our community, within Washington State as well. And I know we'll continue to solve these problems, and that's why we're focused on we want to keep looking down and not to our feet in front of us, but looking down the road and continue on that road to improve things going forward.
Fantastic.
Yeah, Emily, there are several things that's given me hope. One is the airport or the aviation industry has always been resilient. I've looked back at the last 50 years, all the disruptions that we have had, whether it's the Korean War, whether it's the recessions, the gas, oil crisis, aviation industry always bounces back. It might take a little longer this time, but I'm confident that it actually will bounce back. The other thing, I traveled recently. I did a lot of traveling. I was in Phoenix, I went to Miami twice, I was in Jamaica, I went to Dallas, and every airport, every hotel that I went to, they're taking this seriously. I felt fairly safe because they're doing a lot of the things that we're doing at our airport and we're doing in this region to keep people safe. When I'm looking at the traffic, as Commissioner Bowman mentioned, the traffic is coming back. And the last thing is the frontline workers that we have at the airport, the janitorial staff, the TSA, our pathfinders, Customs and Border Protection, all of these folks that are so dedicated to ensure that we have a safe and healthy environment to restore the confidence of our passengers. That gives me hope.
Absolutely. Well, that's a great way to end. Commissioner Bowman, Steve Metrick, Lance Little, thank you so much for joining us today. We really appreciate your insights and your thoughts.
Thank you.
Thank you for having us.
All right. Now join us at noon today for creating inclusive cities through tourism. We'll see you then.
Thank you.
Well, welcome back. I am Emily Parkhurst. I'm the president and publisher of the Puget Sound Business Journal, and I am thrilled to come to the end of our last panel discussion for today. And this panel is going to be really focused on creating inclusive cities through tourism, which is just such an interesting concept. So I'm really excited to dive in today. Please join me in welcoming Todd Leiweke, who is the CEO of Seattle Kraken, which I have to say, when you announce the name, I really love it. I know it's controversial. I love it. I think it's great. So welcome, Todd. Great to have you. We have Louise Chernin, who's president and CEO of the Greater Seattle Business Association. Great to have you, Louise.
Thanks, Emily.
And Alejandro Garjal, who is the president and CEO of the Woodland Park Zoo. It's so good to have you here, Alejandro. Thank you. I think we should dive right in. What does the concept of creating inclusive cities through tourism mean to each of you? Let's define that. I guess I'll throw it to you first, Louise.
Okay. Well, you know, we're all about, GSBA is all about inclusion. That's how we were founded as an LGBTQ Chamber of Commerce. But we decided to do tourism. You know, why is a chamber doing tourism? It's because we recognize that for our community, people want to know when they come to a city that they will be welcomed, that they will be safe. And so it seemed that natural that you're going to go to an LGBTQ group to find out, is this the place you should be visiting? So here we are now. What does it mean if we're going to reimagine things? I think, you know, every single institution and system has to be reimagined in our country when we recognize how many people have not felt safe, have not felt comfortable. And so what it means is I think we need to do a lot of looking at how we treat people when they arrive, what kind of questions you ask them. I think that we need to take our staff and we need to be doing a lot of training around bias. I know for our community, we certainly know what it's like when you go to a hotel and they say, oh, so you want 2 beds? And you say, no, 1. And they go, 1? You want 1 bed? Yes, we want 1 bed. You know, whether the robes fit right or don't fit right, like nothing is necessarily, it's the littler things or how you are greeted from staff on when you shop, whatever you're doing. So I think this is a time to make sure, are we really educating all of our employees, especially in the hospitality industry and the service industry? You know, Seattle, I think, does a fairly good job. We're known as a progressive and welcoming city, but we also know that we have a ways to go. And I certainly know we have a ways to go with our Black and brown communities. In fact, we just, I know that there is a couple that just created a travel book about traveling when Black in this area. Because people have had not good experiences. So what does it mean to be inclusive is first to recognize that we're not, because we like to believe we are.
That's a great way to kick it off. Alejandro, you know, she mentioned the service industry, and that's a huge part of what the zoo does. So how are you thinking about the inclusive part of what you do?
Well, it's a huge challenge in that, again, as Luis is saying, we would love to think that we are inclusive as much as we can. But this pandemic and the racial upheaval and the whole kind of rethinking about who we are is really making us think structurally. In my case, how do we, I mean, we've done enormous investments in making sure that our facility, for example, it's 100 years old, how all the inclusive and accessibility issues that we need to address, which have been quite an investment over the years. And still, the pandemic has thrown incredible challenges in front of us. Like, for example, the use of masks. The communications, nonverbal communications, and how do we address the increasing economic inequality that is existing in our community, and how do, for example, something as simple as ticket prices or accessibility or steps down or up to a place really mean for people. So I don't know that I have an answer. I'm still kind of in a state of shock of trying to relieve how we're going to make ourselves more diverse and more inclusive. And when we talk about tourism, is the feeling of welcoming, is the feeling of inclusiveness, is the feeling of feeling safe, as Luis say. And I don't know that we have a single answer, but we all, I think we're all looking at structures that stop us from doing that. And I think as a business community, we really have to start thinking of our processes, how we're addressing those issues, because the solution is going to be different for each business.
Well, and Todd, you had the opportunity to sort of start from scratch, right, with this organization. So how have you been thinking about this inclusive piece of what you do?
Well, we live in an incredible community that has pioneered on many things, and we get to do a little bit of that ourselves. The building name is different than any building in the world, and the goal behind the name is different than any building in the world, to be a zero carbon facility. But we want to be a beacon for all the good things that this community stands for, and inclusion is so important. And we're going to play twice as many concerts as we will hockey games, and so it's offering concerts for all people, all walks of life, and then making sure those people always feel welcome, safe, secure, and I like our chances. Early on, we said diversity is a really important objective of our company. We knew we were going to hire over 200 people. Today, I would submit we're one of the most diverse organizations in sports, with 45% of our staff made up of women, 25 representing racial diversity, and it's about time. And there might be some places that doing some of this might be harder to do, to stand for a zero carbon building, to stand for other values that we have. Seattle's not one of those places, and we feel so privileged to be doing this here.
Well, you queued up a question. I want to get a better understanding of how Seattle is perceived to those who might be looking to travel here, or to visit here, or to come to a game here. So how do you think this region and this city is perceived by the BIPOC community and the LGBT community as well? Is it perceived as safe? What are our issues? And how do we address those?
Sure, I'm happy to start with that. I do believe, people call us the left coast for a reason. And we joke, obviously the whole coast in terms of California, Oregon, and Washington. And so we're perceived as being very progressive. And certainly the response to the racial reckoning that we're dealing with right now, since the murder of George Floyd, we are a center, one of the centers around the country where there is a great deal of racial unrest and uprising, and we have a history of that since the early 1900s, in fact. But 1919, we were the hotbed of labor organizing with the Wobbly. So, Capitol Hill, we know my office is there. And I would say many nights that I don't know if I could get out of my driveway because there is a protest or a march. So it isn't new. So I think that attracts people. I think it is a place where people believe they will come, and it will be a place where we're going to have, it'll be welcoming, it'll have great art, it'll have great restaurants, it will have interesting, quirky neighborhoods, whether it's Fremont or center of the universe, or it's Capitol Hill or West Seattle. It'll have everything from whale watching in West Seattle to being able to hike right within your city or have some of the best restaurants and coffee in the world. But when they get here, I think they're also surprised that it's a very white city. And so here we are, so progressive, and yet, especially I would say in the tourism and hospitality industry, it's a very white industry if you look at management, if you look at CEO level, C-suite level. It's lots of people of color. If you look at the service end, the lower paid jobs in the service end, we know they're essential jobs. We know now they're incredibly important, but much lower paid. So there's a disconnect there. What does it mean to call yourself progressive and yet have not lived those values in everything you do? So I think there is a reckoning we all have to do, especially in this industry. So I do applaud Todd and Seattle Kraken. I believe to be able to start off differently is going to make a huge difference. I really do. And I know some of the team we've met with are incredibly diverse and really looking at how to participate in community. So congratulations on that to start with.
Well, and Todd, I did want to throw it to you. You're working with other cities and other teams and thinking about, integrating Seattle into the bigger picture for the NHL. how are your colleagues in other cities, how do they perceive Seattle?
Well, I think they think we're doing things quite differently. Our organization, first sports facility, one of the few built in the country without any public dollars. So we're very proud of that. The fact that we're going to be the first zero carbon building, I think, in the world. But there's values that really rise underneath that, and I appreciate your comments. I've been in this business a long time. I've felt strongly about some of these issues, and we now had a ball of clay to shape. And if we didn't try to do it right, shame on us. Inequities that exist in this industry and others, lack of women in the C-suite, lack of diversity. And if you want to be diverse, you have to try, because it's not the path of least resistance. And when we hire positions in the building, if you round up the usual suspects or the people that have already done it before, then you're by design not going to have that diversity. So we've worked hard, and we have an organization absolutely committed to it. Why? Because we think that's what the fans value as well. We're trying to build an organization that reflects the values of our fans and our community, and we're going to do our part, but there's lots of other things that have to happen. I'm quite honored to serve on the board of the Chiefs Seattle Club. And when we talk about diversity, we often think we sometimes forget the people who were here first, who today experience levels of poverty unlike any other segment of our society, and it's truly heartbreaking. But rather than it breaking our heart, let's do something about it. Let's be positive, let's fix it, and change is coming, and then we're really excited to be a part of that change.
I want to talk a little bit about messaging. Alejandro, I'm going to start with you because the zoo spends a lot of time thinking about messaging and in a lot of different ways, and has had to spend a lot of time over many years thinking about how to message things. So as we think as a community about how to message what an inclusive tourism industry and community looks like, what advice would you give in producing those messages?
Well, first of all, just continuing on your previous question, we have an incredible brand. I mean, Seattle is a very attractive brand. I don't know that we collectively have absorbed that. I'm relatively new here. I came from New York and Chicago, which are much bigger markets, and there's quite an attractive feature about Seattle. For example, we post positions and we get national and international attraction because people want to come here. This is a very attractive place. The other thing is when you message, what you're trying to do, of course, during the pandemic, your message has to narrow because you're definitely trying to set a tone. In our case, has been about hope and about discipline and about innovation. And I think we created a sub-brand for the zoo during the pandemic on those three pillars of continuing to be seen as a place of innovation. And I think Seattle is a brand for innovation. And we're emphasizing that, and also at the same time emphasizing hope, a place for possibilities. And I think that's the other very important brand, perhaps from the West Coast, but Seattle in particular, is that we're finding ways of solving problems. And we're finding ways that not only are solving our problems, worldwide problems, whether it's technology, commerce, trade. And that message resonates very, very strongly. So as we're talking about tourism and inclusion and diversity, I think those messages, being a place of inclusivity, a place of hope, a place of possibilities, is what really drives us. This is our competitive advantage. And I think we at the zoo are emphasizing that, but my feeling is that once we come out somewhere through this pandemic, we need to reinforce that image, because I think it is the future of who we are and our competitive advantage.
Yeah, I think it's been said time and time again here that the Seattle region is not particularly good at branding itself. So I appreciate those thoughts, Alejandro. Let's talk about the state of downtown. That has a direct impact on tourism. It has an impact on you and what you're doing, Todd. And as people continue to work from home, there's some concern that the state of downtown will continue to be challenged in all of this. So is there anything that this city can do to help its downtown core and as a result make tourists feel safe when they start to travel here?
Well, I think it's a very difficult subject, and I think there are so many opinions about it. You know, there's a part of our community that wants downtown to be this beautiful, flourishing, wonderful stores, little pocket parks near the market. You know, who doesn't love the market? To this day, I feel like a tourist every time I go there, and I just want to spend the day there, and the water and the mountains. And then we also have a huge amount of issues around homelessness and unsheltered people who do not have housing and services in our community. And so people worry. They worry about the crime, and and certainly stores have every right, and shops and all, especially the brick and mortar businesses, of what crime. Does it keep people away? Does it make tourists want to come, not come to our city? And so, the response is always to want to then go to the police and have more enforcement. And really what happens is people just get moved, and they just get moved from one neighborhood to another neighborhood, often up to Capitol Hill, cultural center of the LGBTQ community and the arts community. And so then you get this tension. Should we have more police? Should we defund the police? Should we have more law and order? But we're really not saying, why do we have? I mean, we do, but we have that as a separate discussion. We make homelessness issues and housing and affordability as a separate discussion, and it can't be separated. We have those things because we are not doing what we need to do for people. And instead of being upset with I think for the crime and the things that of course are hard, that nobody wants to, I don't want to be downtown if I feel it's boarded up, graffitied up, and there are many people who have been forced to be living on the streets. But I also don't think the answer is rounding people up. And some people say, oh, be compassionate about it. The answer is we've got to put our resources. We are a wealthy region. It isn't the subject matter, but we are one of only like 11 states without a state income tax. We are a region with wealth and technology, and we seem to not be able to solve our own problems. So I believe I want downtown to be beautiful. I love our city, and I love downtown, but I think I'm hoping as we really look at things now, it is not to further divide us, but to come together and solve problems, because no one wants to be hungry, homeless, not have a restroom and a shower. Nobody selects that. So I think it's our responsibility, but I worry about the messaging, because we are a city that is very good at, just like we're a mirror of the whole country, but the opposite side of the coin is separating and having disparity between what we think and what we do and how we act. So I want to be hopeful about downtown, but I want us to be very, very careful of who we blame for what problems we have.
So breaking down some of those silos is what you're saying needs to happen. Todd, your organization has to be tied really closely to downtown and the state of downtown. How are you working with downtown businesses and the downtown business district to recover?
Well, in fact, we've made one of the biggest bets that's been made in the city. When we add it all up, it's close to $2 billion of private investment that's being made in the arena, the team, the training center at Northgate. And we did it, and I came home because I love this city. And with this city, you get a lot, and there's a lot of positive, but they're also, this is such a compassionate city. I chaired in 2009 the United Way campaign. It was in the middle of a very difficult economic time, and the goal of the campaign was we raised over $100 million with the goal of eradicating homelessness in the next 10 years. Didn't get it done. We don't really, when we talk about homelessness, it does a great injustice when we use one word to characterize what's really going on. It's as complicated as humanity itself. It takes compassion. It takes people to work together. We're absolutely committed to being superb citizens in this community, and we have tried to do everything to the best of our ability, giving back. We've donated millions of dollars, and we're not a going enterprise yet. No tax dollars put into the building. The commitment to, but as a community, we've got to work together, because these solutions aren't going to come through the divisive world that we currently live in now. And no matter where your politics are, the divisive world we're in now will solve nothing. And in fact, it will make problems worse. We have so much more in common than what divides us. And we've got to get rid of the ugly discourse that has now entered daily life. And you know what? We're going to do our part. We're going to host events, we're going to host games, and we're going to celebrate all that is good about this community. Because you asked about the image of Seattle, it's been bruised. People shooting 1 or 2 block incidences and portraying things that simply aren't true. We have our challenges. We can figure it out. And as a community, we always have. If you look at the history, and you talked about the history, we've figured this out. This is a unique and special place. We're proud to be from here, and we're going to contribute to solving some of these problems that face us, because our best days should absolutely be in front of us.
That's a great message. Alejandro, you at the zoo have spent some time thinking about how to make the zoo more inclusive. I know you have some programs for lower income families and some things like that. What advice would you give to other organizations and businesses that are looking to do some of that soul searching right now about how to reach those communities and those customers that they might not already be reaching?
For us was mostly a mental shift. And it is that we changed from talking to listening. And it was critically important for us, as I came in 4 years ago, to really don't do anything unless we actually were doing it for the community and towards the community. And usually we come with an agenda and a set of preconceptions of what people need or what we need people to do. And I think it was critically important as we develop a strategic plan, as we develop our exhibits, as we develop our programs, it was really to sit. And it is a process of sitting and listening to what people need. So the results are now showing up. Yes, we have free access. We're one of the largest cultural organizations that provides free access, almost 250,000 tickets free to the community. But not just throwing them out the wind, as I used to say. Because usually when you throw this thing out the wind, the people that are capable of catching those will catch them. So in our case was actually very, very purposefully meeting those communities where the need was the biggest. Immigrant communities, low-income communities, geographically remote communities. The other thing that we do is to think regionally. We tend to be too insular about Seattle, but to me, the region is basically Everett to Tacoma and Issaquah. And this is the region that I'm operating in. So when we talk about where the need is and where those communities are, we're talking communities in rural East King County that are radically different than, say, downtown Seattle or Everett. And those really are the ways of thinking, and just kind of trying to get out of the centric point of view that you are the center of the universe, and actually taking the opposite view of saying, where's the universe needs and how can we meet them? I don't think that we have cracked that just yet, full size, but I think listening is one of the most underrated virtues of a business.
That's great advice. Certainly something that all of us could stand to do more of, I think. I'm curious, since we're talking about inclusive-ness, is Seattle prepared enough, accessibility-wise, to welcome tourists of all abilities? And maybe even those who might need accommodations. For you, Todd, you're starting from scratch a little bit with the facility that you have, and you can build with those things in mind. Tell us a little bit about how you're thinking about that and how you're thinking about making that facility and the business as inclusive as possible.
Well, I've been in sports my whole life, but I'm really masquerading. I love the community part of this and the idea that we will give a reason for every man, woman, and child in our whole community to come to a building and celebrate something. And quite frankly, it's been missing. This building was left for dead a long time ago. It stood for a great symbol of what our future was going to be as a community, and it's going to again. And therefore, we get to welcome people. But in welcoming all those millions of people that will come for music and sports and arts, and we also get to change people's lives along the way. We have a great partnership with Youth Care. Can there be anything sadder than youth homelessness? There's no reason in a civilized society that we should have that, and we have a significant issue here. We made a multi-million-dollar commitment to Youth Care, and when we launched our brand, we were able to go to the league and get them to carve out a certain line of merchandise, and next week we get to award them a check, and it'll be a substantial six-figure check, and that's the best part of the business we're in, and I'm proud of the other teams. I'm proud of the Mariners, I'm proud of the Storm, I'm proud of the Seahawks, I'm proud of the Sounders, I'm proud of the Reign, I'm proud of the Seawolves. I mean, we have great professional teams who are chartered to give back to the community, and we're going to join that group, and we're going to really try and make a difference. And it's not just welcoming the paying guests, it's taking those events and changing people's lives, and I think we were in a position to fundamentally do that.
Louise, do you think that Seattle is as well prepared as it needs to be to welcome this inclusive tourism into our city?
Well, I think we have things we still have to work on. I mean, I do believe that this city wants to. I believe there is a motivation to do right and to do good. I think that's what, institutional racism is all about, is that it's not at the surface. It's so cooked into the process that it's hard to separate sometimes. And that's what we're all trying to do, to unpack this and say, where is it? But even other accessibility issues, I know I'm a season ticket holder to the Storm, and I do know I've been to Key Arena for many, many years, that depending on where your seat is, those steps are hard. It was not always easy to get there, and if you go, well, can I go this way? Well, that is for certain ticket holders, but you can usually get a variance on that, but you have to really plead for it almost. I just thought there were so many things. When I broke my foot, we talked about having injuries. I never realized how many buildings in Seattle have steps right in front of them. 3 steps here, 4 steps here, no banisters. And so I think accessibility, hearing interpretation, language, I think we have to look at all of those areas. Certainly accessibility around pricing. I think you mentioned that, Alejandro. And pricing for a lot, including sports, can be exorbitant for families. So how are we making sure now, if you have children, usually schools can get some tickets, but what if you don't? And you also want to sometime enjoy an in-person game. So I think we have to look at there are so many areas that we have to be thinking about. We certainly know that on Capitol Hill. I mean, we've made progress with our public transportation, but look how long that has taken. Before, our light rail is still, I think, once it's completed, to the east side, to the north end, because I agree, we're a region, and we have to be acting like a region and make sure we're all connected to each other. And we're a state. Our state is about tourism. It's not just Seattle. We have the most amazing wine country. We're the 3rd largest wine producing state, or I think the 2nd largest wine producing state now in the country. And I don't know about you, but I love Walla Walla. So, there are great areas in the mountains and the skiing and the things we have. So looking at that accessibility issue, looking at the safety issue, safety not in terms of crime, but safety for who you are. Can you be who you are in all areas? For the LGBTQ community, there are many pockets still in our state where you don't feel safe. And for small business owners, there are times you don't feel safe being out in those areas. And, even for our small businesses, not just tourism, but a lot of diverse businesses are owned by LGBTQ, people of color, women, because when you're not safe in the work world, you start your own business. And that's why entrepreneurs are so diverse. But the struggle is greater because access to capital is not the same for everybody. So even around our hospitality and tourism way, I think we have to look at those areas. We will all be richer when we can open up and break down these barriers. There is no doubt in my mind, because we know, especially in hospitality and tourism, the richness and culture that sports and arts and entertainment and food brings to people's lives is so important. So everyone has to have access to enjoy it as well as to flourish economically by it. And I think this is a hopeful time. I agree with you, because things are out in the open. It's never good when things are buried. We can't just say, oh, we're Seattle, we're wonderful, we're the West Coast, we're the best. We have to really address things. And I think the fact, even the struggles that we don't like hearing about right now, whether it's our city council, between the city council and the mayor, and demonstrations and what have you, they're out there. I have spoken to people in other parts of the country right now and said, we cannot even talk about those issues. So I think the fact that we are in our region and we're struggling with it and we're looking at it is a hopeful sign.
Yeah, that's great. That's a great point, Luis. Thank you. Alejandro, from an accessibility standpoint, obviously a little personal to you right now, with with your foot the way it is. But in general, how does the zoo think about that? There's a myriad ways that accessibility can be discussed and considered within an organization. How are you thinking about that?
Again, as I said, is not just complying, because we have compliance with ADA and all that, but it was mostly about building the awareness and the resiliency of that community. So very quickly, we created an accessibility community partnership. And we've invited 60 organizations, everything from ADA Washington to the ARC of King County and others, to see not only how do we become more welcoming to them as an institution, but also what can we do to help the community raise their voices and make sure that there's more awareness about the pleas and the needs of that community. So for the longest time, we've held fundraisers for Down syndrome community and for Autism Speaks and for ARC of King County, and make sure that with our 1.4 million visitors a year, we actually have a showcase for this community to raise their voice with the larger community as a whole. I think this is an important role that we in tourism can do, is actually create special events, venues, and places where we can not only talk about what we do, but how we can help those those organizations that represent the accessibility, the inclusion community, to raise their voices and their needs. And I think that that is a role that we can play, and we've been very proud of that.
No, that's a great point, and it kind of cues up the next question I wanted to ask, which is what recommendations you all would have for business owners and business leaders to cater to a wider range of guests, you know, to maybe even sometimes target particular demographics or particular groups, like Alejandro, you were just talking about Autism Speaks and the Down syndrome community. So do you have recommendations for how to cast a wider net there and attract, you know, maybe some folks who've never been to a hockey game to join you, and some people from a community that would not have had that experience otherwise?
Well, we recently were the first team to hire a African-American play-by-play. And so, you know, for hockey, diversity is an important issue. And it's going to take time to change diversity relative to the players, but we can really quickly affect diversity in our front office. And I can give you lots of examples of things we've done, but ever it fits you. You know, and really there's no African-American play-by-play. Nope. And we're proud to be the first. And he's here not because he's African-American. He's here because he's a fantastic announcer, and he loves the game and grew up as a kid in Detroit. But there's lots of things we can do, and we get to do them here. And, you know, our fans have been phenomenal, and we've taken a stand on things. Our fans have been phenomenal. They've supported us, and, you know, on social media, when things are happening on a national basis, our fans expect us to speak out, and what we're seeing is actually other teams are looking to us to see what we're going to do. And I'm just really proud of that, and we're intentful in doing that. Accessibility on price is really important, and I have one thing I think about every day, and that is that we have 280 tickets that are priced at about $20. We're going to get someone to buy all of those tickets, but for every game, we're going to have 280 different guests, and we're playing 44 games, and we're going to be able to make a statement every game about who those guests are, and to get the other 16,500 people to welcome those guests. And that's one of the great privileges we have. What Pete Carroll said and did, one of the most powerful speeches in sports history, and that's our coach here. I helped bring Pete here, and I've never been more proud of Pete and what he did than the day he spoke out, and he spoke from his heart. And you don't have to agree with it, but he spoke from his heart, and he wants to see things change. And no matter whether you agree with him or not, you have to salute the fact that he wants to see us get to a better place.
Absolutely.
Well, if you're going to mention Pete Carroll, I have to say the WNBA has been spectacular. I mean, the NBA in general and many sports teams and NFL, what have you, but those shirts and the court with Black Lives Matter and starting every game thinking about Breonna Taylor and say her name has been an amazing, powerful, the outreach to young children. And the commercials even about where aren't we, where are we represented in sports administration and as players, how we're paid. We certainly know that. We thank Megan Rapinoe for addressing inequity, economic inequity for women in sports and professional sports. I think for all of us, even for GSBA, you know, we're an LGBTQ chamber, but we recognize you can't fight for LGBTQ equality unless you fight for equality for everybody, and especially for LGBTQ communities of color, for our trans community. We started, you know, as a chamber, chambers often try to benefit their members first, and we recognize that has to also change. We have to be about economic equity for all. And so we kicked off our Ready for Business campaign. Here we are, a small chamber, to say, let's raise money. These small businesses, the thing they need most is money. Grants, they can't pay them back right now. So we did, and we said, let's focus not on our members, but let's focus on Black, Indigenous, and people of color-owned businesses, LGBTQ also, women-owned businesses. And we raised, I think as of Friday, $205,000. We're giving out $2,500 grants. We received, in 3.5 weeks, 500 applications. And so we haven't even scratched the surface. Obviously, we'll be able to maybe give 60, 65 grants, but we decided, let's go to round 2. Let's keep giving out money. That's what people need, and wraparound services. Comcast said, we'll give you some marketing. We'll give money and we'll give marketing. And then others said, let's see what I can do. Because, you know, we want government support, and we certainly, this is not going to touch payroll and rent and some big things, but it's going to say, we care about you as a community. And I think that's how you start changing the dynamic. Not just how you're benefiting yourselves and those you know, but how are you reaching out to where you haven't been part of, to see how you can be there to be a supporter. Let the new voices lead, and then be there to be the support for those voices. So these are the positive things. We need positive things right now. We need to feel that we can be empowered to make a difference.
I just want to say the Storm are such an inspiration, and they're going to play in our building. We hope we're going to really impact their economics, and I think that we will. They're going to play the most beautiful arena in the world. But they've been doing it for a long time, since Ginger Ackerley founded the team. Right. But not only have they fielded a team and done all these they've won. And the WNBA stories this year are so powerful. I sent their CEO a note yesterday about a player who fought for the rights of a gentleman who was in jail, incarcerated, falsely charged. She got him out of jail, and they were just married. It's one of the most beautiful stories in sports in a long, long time, and the WNBA is producing so much good, positive story and vibe, and we're big supporters of them too. I'll see you at the
Oh, you will see. I don't know where my seat will be. I still have my tickets from this year, so we'll find out, but I'm quite excited to be in the new arena and to maybe go to my first hockey game. Who knows?
No, I am personally also a big fan of the Storm, and my stepson, his best buddy, went for Halloween as one of the players last year. A little boy dressed as a WNBA player. I just thought that was such an awesome message to send. Alejandro, we're talking about targeting communities that might not have interacted with the industry, like hockey. When you're thinking about the zoo, how are you targeting particular groups or demographics that maybe wouldn't have had access to the services that you've provided, or maybe not even considered going to the zoo up until this point?
Well, of course, you can always approach this from the business perspective and really do kind of a market study of where your demographics and all that are. But the demographic analysis won't tell you about the need. It will tell you about what the wants are. I mean, in a sense, where the people that are not coming to your venue, where they are and who they are. But that doesn't tell you why they're not coming, or why, if they can come, they're still not coming. So in a sense, again, coming back to the listening sessions, once we identify some of these communities, for example, geography is a huge barrier in our region. I think one of the biggest changes that we're gonna have in the next few years is gonna be light rail, in that is going to create and kind of disintegrate these island mentality of if you live in Bellevue. So for example, we just learned that people from the east side, from Redmond or Bellevue, don't come to the zoo as often as people from, say, Northgate. And it's almost the same amount of miles from Northgate to the zoo than from Bellevue to the zoo. And to me, that is a mental barrier, literally, well, more than a mental barrier. You know, the fact that the bridge has been building for years now. But light rail is going to dissolve many of those geographic barriers. That is going to be bringing in people that really have a barrier. But the other one is people need to be seen themselves in the place. So for example, one of the things that we've done is that we truly want to reflect the diversity of the region in our own workforce. So when a family of East African immigrants comes into the zoo, that they see other people like them, either in the visitors or in the workforce. And at any given time on a busy day in the zoo, you can hear 8, 10 different languages. So Seattle has all that. And the fact that people come and feel comfortable and they feel that they can actually do that, a simple thing, food offerings. You have to respect that food has a very, very hard cultural connotation. And the fact that we change our food vendor just to make sure that people not everybody likes hot dogs and fries. And I think that's the kind of important setup that we need to do to really put ourselves in the shoes of those people that need that. And I think long-term, that's what's going to break the barriers to the region, the geographic barriers, but also the cultural barriers that exist here.
I love that. I mean, just the specificity there, Alejandro, of just thinking about things like changing the food. That's a perfect example of what we're talking about today, so thanks for that. I do want to remind the audience that you can submit questions to our wonderful panel today, and I will integrate them into the discussion, so please do that. What innovations have you seen come out of the pandemic and everything that we're experiencing right now that you think will continue in the tourism travel industry, that you hope will continue and possibly make things more inclusive moving forward?
Well, certainly our restaurants have had to change everything. Who would have thought fine restaurants, who would have thought Canlis is going to have a lower price, easy to pick up food right there? I mean, we would never, I don't think, have thought about that. Or the bars that you could have first it was just the cocktail fixings, but now you can just pick up the cocktail right there. So I think bringing people outdoors, I think being able to recognize that you can have pickup, that you can order online. Home deliveries. Think what home deliveries will mean for people who are housebound, who are older, or who don't drive, or have little kids, but they want to find meal. Oh, I can actually have that delivered to my home now. And it doesn't have to be just fast food. So I think those kind of things, bookstores, for people who now can actually talk to someone and find out all the, have somewhat of an experience, not just go to a major distributor online, but actually go to your local bookstore and actually order something and either have it picked up or have it delivered. So I think there's all kinds of new things, and for those small businesses, that some of their staff, if it isn't brick and mortar or they do the back end work, maybe they can work from home. What will that mean for traffic, for pollution, for flexibility, for full-time parents? I don't think we know. I mean, we certainly know in medicine, telemedicine is just taken off. The laws haven't caught up with it, but it has taken off, and it's providing great service. So I think there's many innovative things that are going to come out of what we've all been through, and I don't think we know what it means. I think for disabled people that can work from home for good-paying jobs, I just think it opens up a world of opportunity. We were very rigid in our workplace. The 9 to 5, all the parodies and songs that have come out of this. Do we have flexible schedule? Do we allow people who are on maternity leave to do this, to do that? Well, we found out we could do it. We could do it all. We could throw out every rule and recreate them. So I think that's positive too.
Yeah, that's a great takeaway. Todd, since you are actually building your facility as we speak in the midst of a pandemic, has this whole situation changed your design or the way that you're thinking about the design of the facility when it's done?
Yeah, I haven't built it. It's been the incredible men and women who have worked through incredible adversity. We were in the building 2 days ago, and I was watching a man and a woman on a scissor lift, fully extended, shimming the temporary supports so that the permanent, and there's not a day that goes by where I don't think about the men and women and what they've fought through to get this building built and the pride they have. It's really remarkable, and there's hundreds of them. And so I'm forever indebted to the work they've done. But the facilities are going to be different. I think air handling. Most of us who have been careful haven't had a cough or a cold or the flu, and I think we've realized that facilities can definitely be better cleaned, focus on better sanitization, but also, things like air handling, and you're going to see facilities dramatically change with better air handling systems. And then things like zero carbon. Events shouldn't cause damage to our earth, and in fact, we're hoping it's zero and maybe on some days positive. And when you come to the game with me, the players are going to be skating on ice made of rain collected from the roof. It's a really wonderful concept.
I love that. That's great. That's really
You're
cool.
on.
That's fantastic, Todd.
Alejandro, I want to hear about the innovations that the zoo has come up with. We have an audience member here who was asking about your Call of the Wild program and how you came up with that right at the beginning of the pandemic. It's so creative. So just talk a little bit about that.
So the Call of the Wild is a program in which you can basically, we're all doing Zoom-to-Zoom calls all day, and you can invite one of our animals to your Zoom call. and be one of the players or one of the presenters in your Zoom call. And I would think that, I'm a genius and I thought about it, but I was totally taken by surprise by a super creative animal management team that said, hey, we have these ambassador animals that are trained to operate in front of people. They can easily operate in front of a camera, and we can make a little money on that. So I think it's $250 for each one of these calls. But you can invite an animal to your Zoom call. And it's been a runaway success. We've actually have sold out months in advance. But the other thing that we've done in terms of access and inclusion is that for people that have limitations, health limitations, or disability limitations to come to the zoo, and they cannot come because of the conditions that we have right now, we've invited them for a personal presentation of our animal virtually. So it's not only we're making a little money on that, but it's also another way to use technology and to use our resources to really break barriers. And if you cannot get out of the house, so for example, presenting it at a retirement home where people are all vulnerable and they definitely cannot go to a place, an open space. So I think this is the creativity that the pandemic has unleashed on all of us. And we all have amazingly creative people in our institutions. I have to say, I'm always struck by the creativity that my team has been finding almost every day.
I love that. It's such a brilliant concept. It really is. We have a question from the audience. What advice would you give to residents in the region who want to do their part to ensure this region is welcoming and inclusive to all? All of you have thought a lot about this. So as individuals, what can we do?
Well, I think it's how you start with everything. When you see people, do you smile? Do you say hello? Whether there's someone who's unsheltered or there's someone who has a more obvious disability or they're different from you, how do you feel about people who walk through your neighborhood who aren't your usual neighbors that you know? Are you making sure that everybody feels welcome? Do we check our presumptions about people at the door? And not have all the preconceived notions that we have. I think we have to deal with that. If you're an employer, first of all, how have you brought on your staff? How diverse are they? And how do you make them feel welcome and included in the workplace? How have you trained them to treat customers? How have you made them aware and sensitive that they might do things differently for different people? I think everything we do, we have to start thinking differently. We have to sort of presume goodness in people. It sounds, old-fashioned, whatever, but I think we've all come so fearful of each other, and there are so many divides, and we have to put that away. I agree. You said Todd, more alike than not. I think they've done research that when you ask people, forget any political party, what they need, everybody wants food, a roof over their head, their kids to have a good school, they want to be healthy, they want to have health care. There's actually no difference in any political party. So that's what we have to do. We have to not allow the narrative to come from those who are trying to control it and keep us divided. And just think every day when you make a decision, if you think good, if you're welcoming to people, if you smile, if you make sure that you're not only hanging out with your own people all the time, I think we start changing things.
I love that. I mean, that's just such a simple thing that you can do. Just smile and engage with people. That's great. Other thoughts about what individuals can do?
Well, that's just so beautiful. I'm not going to say anything after that. That was just fantastic. And it's a pleasure to be with both of you on the stage because our community is lucky to have both of you and the great Puget Sound Business Journal, too.
Thanks, Todd.
Thank you. Yes, Emily, great job. And yes, thank you, Alejandro.
And thank you all.
And I do love the zoo. Always loved it.
Yes. Thank you, Emily.
Well, absolutely. Well, I want to just kind of end things today with just a short moment from each of you about what is giving you hope and what are you optimistic about as you look forward?
Well, I know that we're going to come out we as a community, we're going to come out stronger at the other end. I think it was, Todd, you and I were talking online the other day, and Seattle has gone through, holes before. And we come out. We're a lot more diverse, a lot more resilient. To me, being in the industry that I am about conservation, I have to be an eternal optimist about making sure that the planet will make it. My optimism for conservation of the natural world is an optimism that I have for our region too. I believe that putting our strengths together to a common goal, whether it's stopping climate change or making our region stronger and better, we have an incredible desire to do that. And I'm the eternal optimist, but I believe that almost the same time next year, we're going to see a different tone. Not just because of the elections, whatever happens with the elections, but before we come out, because we're going to come out of this hole. And once you come out of a hole, you have a horizon, and the horizon is going to be fantastic. So I'm particularly hopeful about what the next few years are in our region for the economy, for our people, for the geography around us, for our desire to keep a natural world around us and to help that. And I think I'm very optimistic about it, even in the middle of this horrible nightmare that we've been driving through. So.
That's great. I love that optimism.
Well, let's see. I know for me, I'm very optimistic because of our students. I mean, I think like for our scholars, they've had hard lives, many of them. They are incredible of what they're accomplishing. And so they give me hope every day. I always say the mentor programs really need to flip around. They're the mentors. We need the inspiration from seeing what others can do. I think the resiliency of small businesses who are trying to hang on, and then the incredible, incredible diversity of those who are in the streets protesting. It's not like the 60s. It's different, and it's not so siloed. The women's movement, the anti-Vietnam movement, everybody is looking at, wow, what have we not done? Not just what we need to do, what have we not done to change things and to start thinking that we can? And I think that's incredibly hopeful. This country has a lot of work to do, but I believe people want it to change. And I have felt more hopeful about that than ever, and I've been around a long time.
Thanks, Louise. Todd, I'll give you the last word.
Well, I think there's such ample evidence in our world of positive going to the arena. We made our announcement on the name of the arena and the name of the team in front of the men and the women building it, and it's a source of daily inspiration. The fans, before knowing anything, they didn't know if we were renovating, they didn't know the name of the team. They've been incredible. Tens of thousands of people have signed up on a waiting list, and so I have a lot of hope. We're going through one of the most challenging times in our country's history, politically, economically. But the last time we went through a global pandemic, I think of this significance, was in the early 1900s, and we came out of that and went through the Roaring 20s. People had a desire to get back, and dinners we all went to where we said, oh, I have another dinner tonight. I'm not going to feel that way. I can't wait to go have dinner with you all, and we'll have an extra glass of wine. But we're going to do it in a different way. We're going to do it in a way that somehow we're going to go through this adversity and we're going to come out stronger in so many ways. And we don't have any choice but to adopt an attitude of optimism because of the bet we've made and what we're doing. And we are very, very hopeful, and we do think our best days are in front of us.
Well, I look forward to that glass of wine or two, Todd. Well, Todd, Louise, Alejandro, thank you so much. This has been a great discussion. We so appreciate your time today and all of your insights. And here's to a strong 2021.
Thank you, Emily, and the Puget Sound Business Journal, and the Port of Seattle. I think that's what's changed. Who would think the port would be talking about opening the economy in an inclusive and equitable way?
We love it. It's beautiful. I'd like to turn it back over to Mr. John Oppenheimer, who's going to join us on stage here.
Great. Emily, Todd, Alejandro, Louise, thank you so much. What a great way to end 3 amazing mornings of hope and optimism, and this too shall pass. So thank you. This was sort of by design. The 3 of you would be our wrap-up, and boy, did it work. Thank you very, very much. And thank you to so many people who participated in the last 3 days. Hundreds of you, hundreds from all over the state of Washington. And as you know from the beginning, when we launched the Economic Summit 3 days ago, originally this was intended to be a great big celebration of the refreshed Bell Harbor International Conference Center with thousands of people. But instead, it was virtual, substantive, hopefully constructive, and will have some lasting impact. This building was built by the port, and the World Trade Center was created by the port in order to have a physical facility that would lead to more informed decisions and constructive conversations. And the last 3 mornings have been spectacular examples of that. But it doesn't end with our 3 days. On October 2nd, look for the Puget Sound Business Journal supplement, because we think it's important that events like this live longer and are documented. And so October 2nd will be a supplement in the Puget Sound Business Journal. Emily Parkhurst, to you and your team, thank you for making that possible. Thank you for your strong support, giving us all morning. Emily yesterday was on the stage as well. Finally, some really important thank yous to the Bell Harbor and World Trade Center team. Special acknowledgments and thanks to Emily Cantrell, our director at the World Trade Center, and really the principal organizer of this summit, along with Callista Mayer, event manager at the World Trade Center, Linda Jones, the phenomenal general manager of Bell Harbor International Conference Center, Brian Flaherty, who is the managing director of all Bell Harbor World Trade Center, and Smith Cove when we use that for events. And to the Port of Seattle for creating this building, for allowing us to operate it, and for supporting this summit from day one. The Port of Seattle Commission, Steve Metrick, Melinda Miller, who oversees us at Bell Harbor and the World Trade Center, Dave McFadden, Eric Fitch, Kathy Roeder, Pierce Edwards, and lots of other people from the Port of Seattle. Thank you so much. These kind of events, as you know, take a committee, and boy, did we have a spectacular one. We're so excited about this that we spent the last 3 days since the first morning talking about, well, maybe there should be a 2021 economic summit. The conversation would be different, hopefully more people in person, but look out for an announcement about a 2021 economic summit at Bell Harbor International Conference Center. And to all the financial sponsors. Again, the Port of Seattle, Como TV for providing moderators, advertising, and broadcasting, Puget Sound Business Journal, BECU, the Western Governors University, Alabastra Photography, Bernston Porter, who's sponsoring the network on the Remo platform, which is happening again today, this afternoon. So if you're interested in networking, go onto the Remo platform, as so many of you have done the last couple of days. Commissioner Peter Steinbrück on day one kicked off the Puget Sound Economic Summit with a quote from a famous singer, a song that I just loved. And what Commissioner Steinbrück said was a quote from Leonard Cohen, who said, "There is a crack in everything. That is how light gets in." We hope the last 3 days have provided a little light. You have all provided light. Thank you so much. We stand adjourned.
No, it's not. You did great.
You all did great. Thank you so much. Just a great conversation. Thank you. Thank you, John.
Yeah, thanks, Emily.
Louise, you're more beautiful.